Hello, everybody. We're live. It is Friday night. I forgot to push this camera back. Sorry. You're going to see more of things than you're supposed to. There you go. Good enough. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, we have on the bench things, the new kit, the new Axial SCX10 Pro. Yay. So that's what we're going to be building. And there we go. Now you can see some things. I did also get the overhead camera going. We never know how reliable that thing's going to be, though. So that is the plan tonight. I'm going to try and get this thing built, possibly with tires and stuff. Who knows? Who knows? Possibilities are endless. So, oh, I already cut it open. I forgot that. So. Here we go. It is just me tonight, Nicole. We had to put down our oldest cat yesterday. It's a bummer of a day, but we're here now. But Nicole is taking it off, understandably so. That is that. Yeah, I do have some wheels and tires laying around. That's exactly right, and I actually have some special ones for tonight. Special. So, we have some purple. We have some purple. And as a bonus, I opened them already. And you may have seen on my Instagram the other day, but I put can you see it? You see the tiny crown? Lasered on it. Tiny crown. Little detail. So, that's what's going to go on there. I got some VXT2s. And I went and picked up some Crawler Innovations foams, the hobby shop on the way home. So we got all kinds of things to do. So that's going to be the plan. We got bags and manuals and stuff like that. So let's get into it. All right. It was told only 600 were made at the moment. April may be the earliest. We mere mortals can get. As far as these, only 600? I think 600 would be quite low. I think that's probably. What electronics am I going to go with? John, thank you very much, first of all. So I will probably grab things that I have here. I think I have a new Fusion Pro. Didn't I buy? I bought one the other day, and I don't think I put it in anything yet. Right? That, and I know I've got some Reefs servos up there, so that's what we're going to throw in there. And I'll probably try and get to that tonight. Thanks for all the words on the kitty. We had Safi for a well, Nicole had Safi before she had me. So she was with Nicole for the long run. And Nicole and I we've been together for 12 years now. 12 years. Crazy. She's been the luckiest lady for that long. So anyway, enough of the bullshit part of it. We're diving right in. Bag A. So let's go. Let's try overhead. We'll see how long this is good for. I'm gonna adjust my ISO down so you can see a little better. That better? Yes. So, am I gonna build it servo and axle? I think I think so. The other one that I had here was chassis mounted. So let's build this one servo. Let's dive into this. Oh, my Vanquish rubber parts trays are full of my overflow parts at the moment. Do I have another one? Yes. Yes, I do. What did Matt say? Hello, Matt. I'm not sure who's lucky, but it ain't Nicole. Luckiest lady I am married to. I'll tell you that. And here we go. The first part of this should be very similar to things you've seen before because this is the axle bag. So we're gonna, let's just dive in. Ooh, even the axle tubes are all covered in slime. Yay. Ooh, that is one. That is one slimy bag. Whoa. like like wet. Visibly wet. Let's see. When am I going to make the orange silicone parts tray? You know, I think maybe on the third batch of colors, I'll get. Seriously, these things are like very greasy. Oh, okay. So we are going to have to pay attention. If you remember from the live stream with Rich, you see these three axle tubes look the same, but you would be wrong. One of them is 1 millimeter shorter than the others. So we need to determine which that is. Or is it 1 millimeter longer? Wow, it's close, but I think this is the short one. So we're going to find out. Focus weird for anyone else? I don't think it shouldn't be. I don't know. Travis B, thank you, sir. Hey, Josh, finally got my VS410 Phoenix. Wanted straight axle, but my hobby shop only had Portal. Consolation prize was Wheels of Fortune box for $50. Oh, dang, your hobby shop was nice to you. Captain, oh, DW, Dan Wilson. Baby Captain America wheel. I like it. So, we're going to make some progress here. We will be DeWalting it up. First step is building the ring and pinion, something we've done 1,000 times. I believe we're going to need a 1.5 for that, though. Make sure we grab all of our M2. These are 6 bolts, thankfully. 6. And wait, you have 2? Yes. One is a 2 mil. That's why it's got red. One is a 2.5, and that's got blue. It helps. That way you don't have to change the bits all the time. It's worth it. Grab my flush cuts. Remove the tip from our can't be bothered to switch bits. It's just a nice bonus to not have to. It happened on hello. I picked it up on Black Friday actually when we were doing a stream on here, and someone had mentioned like, "Hey, the DeWalt is on sale in on Amazon for like, I don't know, $69 or something like that." And they're 99 now or whatever it was. But I bought it while on the stream just because someone was like, "You should." Dang it. Like, you're right. I'm gonna open up viewer activity. RC Underdog. Thank you, Paul. Hope the vid I sent on Instagram brightened y'all's day. Sorry to hear about lost pets. Yeah, man, it's just even when you know it's coming, it doesn't make it any easier. Darn it anyway. 144p. I hope that is just you. It shouldn't. I'm not dropping any frames. Everything looks to be transmitting at a high rate. I'm just saying. They were $79.99. Josh got one too. Normally $129 now. Yeah, the price has gone up on them, but $79.99. I think that was cheaper than the first one I got. Is fuzzy. I'm at 1080 60. No, okay. So most people, I see a lot of people don't have any issues. Some people do. It could be one of those nights where YouTube is having its own little fit. We've seen that happen more than once. We're gonna get through the boring part of putting ring gears together. Should we go in a little closer? Closer. And now I can probably bump that ISO back up. There you go. Maybe that'll be a little bit. We'll try and keep things in view as much as possible. And so it says to put ×2 is what it shows in the manual over here. Dose. Might as well just get them both out of the way quickly so we can forget about this part, since this is 12 bolts in these tiny things. Takes a minute. I'll do my best to keep up with comments tonight, but as you know, kit builds sometimes can make you keep your eyes distracted. Right. This your class 2 or 3 build or just to have? Well, I wasn't sure on when this would come in general. So I didn't know if I was going to count on it for anything at this point. So I haven't really made up my mind, just because like I said, I wasn't sure when it would be here. I was hoping that it would be here in time. So I'll make up my mind as we go. And class 1 is really where all of my thought bandwidth is right now. Damn, you're in black and white here. That's crazy. There we go. Ed Camino. Thank you, sir. Happy Friday, sir. Got in late. Building a C10 body and lost track of time. Hope you guys are doing okay. I appreciate it, Ed. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. You know, we're gotta keep going. Gotta keep on keeping on, right? All right. So, all right, we got our ring gears assembled. We'll throw our 7 by, what are these? 7 by 14 by 3.5? Never remember. 7 by 14. Yep, 3.5. I got it right. Look at me and useless knowledge. I feel like that's a little too tight. That's what she said. Zing. Okay, so we got our pinion gear with our big 5 by 14 by 5 on the inside. So drop in there. Now we can drop this set in. A little focus there. We do have grease included as well. Go ahead and put some grease. Nothing crazy, but get it on there. Overhead is gone. See, that didn't take long. We'll switch to this and we'll go back as we need to. See, that overhead, man. I had it on for like 20, 30 minutes before the stream to just be like, let's see what it does. And of course, I can't understand why. And it does it with other cameras. I've changed the inputs. It drives me absolutely bonkers. We'll, oh, that is, there we go. Need a little push. Is it OBS or the camera? I really don't know. I just, like I said, I've tried so many things. I added another USB PCIe card in the computer just to see what that would do. And, you know, I don't know. This is better. Overhead scares me watching those sausages up close. God. Does watching the overhead cam just kind of feel like you have your head over my shoulder and just like right here? Like, what you doing? Like, then every comment's just like a whisper, like, what's that? Dumb question, but have you tried a different cable? Like absolutely everything new. Yes, different cable, 100%, because that's a completely reasonable thought. Cables. I even swapped out capture cards last week. Where's my? I got a new capture card and took out my old one. Try that. Nope. Like, the next thing is I'm just changing the whole computer. Starting over. Hardwired computer or Wi-Fi? I mean, the computer is Wi-Fi. It is not hardwired. But my other cameras still work. It's only this camera never freezes. Oh, I shouldn't say those things out loud. So it's so bizarre. And it doesn't matter what camera. I can try my overhead camera. I can try my other camera that's here on the just out of display. It's so silly. So silly. Yeah, foreshadowing. I know. I'm like, we're gonna go to put this one up top. Ooh, that's my good camera. This camera is permanently mounted above my head, and it's a Sony like A6000. And that's my A6400. So likely a PC load letter. PC load letter. So dropping the we got both of the ring and pinion sets in the molded center sections. And the black diff covers. Nice little snap to them to get dropped in there. Let's see. Are you using a GPU or CPU? It is on a GPU because the GPU, which is a RTX 2060 KO, that is also what controls my audio. And the usage on it is crazy low. Are the tubes steel or aluminum? I've heard both. They are absolutely steel. They're heavy. Honestly, they're about as heavy as a brass one would be. So, just an FYI. The brass ones, I think I asked Rich, and they're like a few grams heavier is all. Ooh. This is a Pineapple Breeze from the Lost Souls distillery in Vegas. We went on a tour there. That's spicy. Pineapple and some jalapenos. So, there we go. That will get us started. The third members are not the same, FYI. This one here is the rear third member. You can see the two sets of link mounts up on top. This one here, no link mounts on top, and you can see the other lower link mount there on the side. So, did I read? I don't think, pay up, sucker. Thank you, sir. I don't think I read that yet. Nice shirts, twinsies. I need a mini servo spool. I need a mini servo spool. Any ideas? A mini one. I would grab a regular size one and just turn it down a little bit on like a drill. You know, put a screw through it, put it on a drill, and just run it on a file or something. Because beyond that, I don't know that I could think of a mini one. So, we got that done. What are we doing? Now we're working on the front. It asks us to do. We're going to grab the calipers just so that we can check the. Let me just. Will it work? Will it come back? Nope. I know it's still frozen. Don't worry. Don't freak out. I'm just going to deactivate, activate. See if that does anything. Yeah, see. You can see the precision 27.74, 72.27. Very precise on their directions. Usually you could just go, you could go one decimal place. I think that would be fine. But 72.21. That's probably it, right? Oh, 73.2. Oh, that's the 1 mil longer one, right? So it's not that one. Oh, dang it. 73.12. That. Okay, that's our single. Now what Ben says. We just make an executive decision and move forward. Okay, so we got to line up the flat spot on that axle tube with the corresponding side. It's like that game we played when we were kids, you know, square peg in the square hole. We got a little bit of a gap there still, but it's mini hammer time. The lesser known version of the song. It's a brass end, don't worry. There we go. No gap now. That's good. This is the best hammer ever made, by the way. It's like $5 at Harbor Freight. I've had it for 10 years. Ugh. It's like just the perfect size. Because it's not too big to damage a bunch of... Ah, crap. I forgot to put the... I forgot. You got to put the lower link thing on first. That was my fault. That is clearly shown in the instructions. It's simply me not following them. The second time it goes in much smoother. I didn't screw anything else up yet, so we're good there. What do we need here? A 114, which is an 8 mil. An 8 mil is short enough to do by hand. Well, let's go back to... we'll leave it here. You need the other mount. God, see? If I'm, like I said, someone was paying attention. It wasn't me. I'm not going to do the panhard one. I'm going to do the servo on axle version, which uses, see, these are the ones. Are these all the same? Because, no wait, I still need a, oh yeah, they are the same. And then this has both of the 4-link mounts on it. Right? does it not show it here or like tell you? Is this where it tells you? This is where it see, this is the, this should be plainly obvious to someone who's not like doing a stream and like half paying attention here and half paying attention here. Instructions are fine. It's just this guy. I am the problem. I am always the problem. Yeah, this is not a build guide video. If you're here because you think this is a build guide, this is not. This is loosely entertainment, mostly a clown show, which I would not consider entertainment. Let's see. In the end, maybe some actual information will come out of this. I'm trying to find the freaking hole. Go. Rich agrees. He absolutely would agree. Right now he's just, and I'm pretty sure I don't put that screw in. I don't. I'm gonna just ignore everything I'm doing until we get to the end. How about that? And then, because why I don't put that screw in is because it's what's going to attach the servo mount, I betcha. I was putting the 8mm in because it set it up here, even though we're down here now. It is what it is. So, should have left the lube on the shafts. The overly greased shafts, yes. So, anyway, hold on. Okay, so front axle is been assembled and disassembled and reassembled 5 times already. So bonus for anyone who's watching. Now we need to put the little set screw into that one's an interesting one. So you put the set screw into the pumpkin that goes into the tube. And it almost feels, it's like, ooh, okay. It doesn't necessarily, it's got to like find its way to start it before it really wants to go in. So, ooh. And don't over tighten them. Just go until they're flush. So you can tell it's engaging with both the tube and the plastic. All right, that, and there's 2 more in the bottom. It wants us to do. We learn from your mistakes. I'm sure that most people that are trying to watch this for that reason will just go, idiot YouTubers. Which I understand. I can be there. I can sympathize with that. And I agree. Right. A couple of points of engagement in there. It's going to take a peek through. I don't see any interference poking into where the shaft will be traveling. So benefit there. All right, now we need knuckles, C-hubs, and that will do it. So long side universal shaft, 10 by 15 by 4. Keeping an eye on the stream to try and make sure things haven't frozen yet. Give it time, I'm sure it will happen. Left and right. This should be correct. No, wait, that should not be correct, I think. Yep. That's correct. Brett says I'm a few steps at Brett, Podium Power Sports in there, Brazen Skip. He texted me earlier today, so I'll be following along tonight. Had a photo of his SCX Pro riding in the front seat. Right, there you go. Feels decent. Bump stops hitting as they should. The fun part will be, I wonder if we can get to the RTR point tonight. It's a possibility. I don't know. The body doesn't have to count. Glad to hear John. Yeah, I saw John Holmes Hobby got in a car crash. Someone ran a red light and hit him, and to the point that it flipped his car over. So, and he doesn't even live in California, where the drivers are extra stupid. So yeah, I was glad to hear John's all right as well. He lost consciousness, but no broken bones. Bruised up, but that's it. So going to take him a little bit to be back to recouped, but he is doing okay. So yeah, side airbags. Looked like he was driving a Subaru, I think. So right, sliding the C-hubs on, spin them until they are lining up, and then what are we using here? 5 mil? Yes. 5 mil screws to attach them. Travis B, thank you, sir. Can Pro axles fit on an SCX10 with a little work? That's a solid question. Need to make sure we're not upside down. Which we are there. So offset diffs on an SCX10 are a bit tricky. Just because you can run into a lot of panhard clearance issues. I should have put a little bit of Loctite on that other screw. I didn't, and I'm not going to disassemble it either. We're just going to roll the dice. But is it possible? Absolutely, because freaking anything's possible. But that all depends on what your definition of a little bit of work means. And so, does a Pro have an adjustable wheelbase? No, not without new links, which is basically what every kit claims. Like, adjustable wheelbase, you just change out these links, and then it's like, well, yeah, because everything's adjustable if you change links. No bearings at the end of the axle tubes? You know what? There probably is. There most definitely is. And, again, I'm half paying attention and didn't install it. Again, this is not me blaming instructions. This is me not paying attention. Would it have been fine without them? Absolutely. Would I have questioned why I had extra bearings here on the table when I got to that point? Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, whoever said that. So are the C-hubs not splined? Well, I can tell you that. The metal is not splined, but we can go ahead and check that the C-hubs are not. The C-hubs are not splined either. They are smooth in there. And I know that's hard to see. Shoot. But they're smooth. So I knocked stuff off the end of the table. Let's actually put the bearing in, since that's the point of what we were doing. Joker 510714, thank you. F10 portal axles versus SCX10 portal axles for an LCG class rig. Let's see. I like that the C-hubs on the F10 portals are tucked into the bottom of the knuckle. I do like that. Technically, the gear ratio on the SCX10 is deeper, so that's a positive to them. Steering on them both is pretty comparable, I'd say. The stock housings on the F10, I think, are smaller and slide better overall. Tighter. They're also beefier. The F10 portals also have the brass tubes with them installed. So, you know, depending on what you think of that. Same gear set. Very similar axles, axle shafts themselves. So, anyway. All right, there's that part. That is, and then it tells us A5 for CMS or A5 for AMS, and we are doing AMS, which is axle mounted servo. And this is the first step of the manual that I'm reading the instructions to. So this goes about like that. So let me adjust this so that maybe you could see that a little better. Anyway, again, here's the mount. There's 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 here. And this just sits down on top of those 3. Doesn't really key into them except for that one there. The rest of them, it just sits on top of, and we need the 147s, which is the, what is that, 16 mil. Okay. Mike Earls, thanks, sir. Hi, any way to purchase a sticker sheet and window mask for the Phoenix? Bought a leftover body with no decals or masks. Not that I, not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure. I don't handle customer service for the most part, so I don't know if any of that stuff is available. You can always email customer service to the website. And that would be my best guess. I don't know if they have extras around. So there's our servo mount. The upper links are going to mount through there and there. Just single shear. They just kind of sit like that. So anyway. Anyway. All right. So is that the end of the front axle? Yes. We can go on to the rear axle. This step is assembling the third member, which we already did. So there's that. Now we get to slide on our link mounts. Let's make sure that we've got these in the proper. I'm not installing it yet. I'm just, shoot. Okay. Flung that all over the carpet now. I'm just looking here, lining it up. So if that goes that way, this link mount is going to go. Does it go right next to the edge? It does. Are they symmetrical? They did make them, so it doesn't matter. Aha. Good for them. Glad they did that. Even if the size is nearly identical, at least they did that. Now I see why Rich was mentioning the size was so close to me. And it's because they all come in the same. I figured they would come in 2 different bags. But they don't. Blind Guy RC, thank you. Hey man, I'm doing a SCX10 Pro pretty quick here, doing a team up with my local hobby shop. Super excited. Axial did a good job with this one. They did. You know, I can't wait for the, my favorite thing is going to be like, in my day, we had to piece together our flat rail comp builds through advice from sarcastic assholes on the internet. all of those complaining posts, those are going to be my favorite. Where's the hole? There we go. Let's see. Same kit, different a-holes. Oh, those were the days. Is it in? No, it's not. There it goes. Yeah, success. Okay, so screws going to the back. Those were 8s, and then we do TLR 5s in the backside. Okay. Ben says that's a good question. That's where is Art's question. I wonder if Element's going to follow suit. Ah, I see. You know, it is a good question. Honestly, I think that Element should update their gear sets. The the Element gear set in the axles is what needs serious help. It's a serious weak point in their whole in their ecosystem. So now we don't install the bearings yet. We put axle shafts in first, then our bearings, and finally some plastic caps. Fish built. What's going on, Jeremy? Let me look at the size quick. TLR 5s. Jeremy said, is Cletus drone video considered RC or computer programming? Also my weekly contribution for your entertainment and dedication to all of us. Thank you, Jeremy. I did watch the Cletus, well, it was the Cletus 2 channel. They've had the guys from Lumineer out there testing their, choreographed drone setup, which is impressive no matter what, and yeah, oh, these axle shafts do look a little different. These are different than the SCX10 2 shafts, but I bet these are the same as the AR45s. Either way, not a big deal. Joker 510714, thank you. Any thoughts on IERC copying Arfield Legends Fox Billy Stealth X transmission output? Thoughts on inspiration for a company? I don't actually. I guess I haven't seen either of those, or I haven't seen the example of what the discussion is on specifically. It's nothing new, and it's the argument is always the same no matter who it is. It's inspiration and execution being slightly different compared to one company to the next. It's always the same. And when I was early in the RC business, when I first started designing for companies, I got real heated, at times, especially back in the forum days when being like super boisterous and like, for me, I was say 2007. I was a, immature asshole and on a forum where that type of, that type of actions just, reinforced. You call people names. Like, it's not like Facebook is kind of dick, but not like the forum. The forum was rough. So you had to be ready to. But anyway, and when someone would steal a design, like a blatant theft of a design, something that was fairly new, and then, or it was like almost a part for part copy, I would get super pissed. And now I've been around it and that whole thing, and while I still get pissed, there's a few things to think about. One, there's very little recourse. It's either court of public opinion, and anyone who's like, you should get a patent on this or that, like, there's very little that you can do in that way, as far as protection, especially depending on where things are made and what you want to do to stand up to it. So I will like note and remember things personally, act on those things accordingly, voting with my with my wallet, as they would say. And you know, I'll share an opinion here and there as well. But I haven't seen the exact situation you're referring to. I don't know the specifics. Oh, I did not put the set screws in this yet. My axles could fall apart. But yeah, so I don't know. Josh Spendlove, what's going on? Sorry, I haven't seen you in a while. I run VP offset diffs on my. Hold on, let me get this started. On my 10.2s, are the front diff tubes reversible to make a passenger side diff, example rear steer? No. Well, technically, I think that they may be. You could, you know, take and swap one from the other. However, the problem is that in the front third member, which is the offset, the link mount here is molded into this side of the diff. So if you tried to do it the other way, you don't have that link mount on this side any longer. So no, just flipping one to the other won't net you what you're looking for. Pirate 4x4 was Tuesday. Whew, yep, Pirate 4x4 was that was real. They had the trailer park section of Pirate 4x4 where like everything went. Whew, that was good. And this is old school Pirate before they were purchased or anything like that. It was, but even and RC Crawler was that way as well because it came and it started from the guys who were on Pirate. And then I can't remember what year it was, maybe around like 2008, 7 or 8. It got considerably better because of Google AdWords and how like the advertising stuff worked, what you could post, what you couldn't post. A lot of that stuff changed. So that's when things got calmed down in general across forums. So, but yeah, you still had some private sections of the forums where good stuff still still exists. Pirate was a free for all. It was crazy town. All right, so we got the axle tubes locked in. Front and rear axles are complete. Just for a bit of completeness, why don't I, in case anybody wanted to know in the future or now, throw the axles on the scale individually, throw them in grams. Front axle assembled, complete with the axle mounted steering servo. Zeroed out. No hexes on that. No. 179 grams. Rear axle, same. No hexes. Well, plus or minus 2 or 3 grams, FYI. 153. So there you go. Just in case somebody in the future wanted that info, they can come back and check. But now the fun part. On to building some shocks. So I disassembled the ones that came in the one that I got to borrow from Rich initially. So these look like they should build fairly quickly. The one I disassembled on that truck went together and apart, no problem. I know we're going to need these little spacers here. These are our lower O-ring spacers. I guess we're going to need all the parts basically. I've got some green slime. We'll build with that. And we'll get these. Well, I guess we could get a quick measurement on piston diameter if you're interested. 7.8. Must be an 8mm bore. Here you go. So, roughly your tolerance. Okay. Some people haven't been on a forum before, and it shows. Yeah. You know, some people would not have been able to handle forums. That's 100% for certain. There was a lot of people back in the day who couldn't handle forums. Man, you'd you'd piss some people off, and you would send that. They'd make their exit post. Well, God, I can't remember what did people used to call those. Like where people would make a post to cry about themselves leaving. Yeah. Okay. Snap our O-rings in. Felicia. Bye, Felicia. Hey, Rich is checking in. What's going on, Rich? Let's see. First shock shaft and piston. Yeah. Next one. Huh? Shock building, not the most entertaining. Josh, what's your opinion? What has been the best crawler build yet? Best crawler build yet. VS410 Pro, hands down. Aluminum mat, hands down. VS410 Pro. It's also very expensive, but I've built other very expensive. Jesus needs a clip tool. Yeah. But I've built other very expensive kits and not like capo. Never again. Never, ever, ever. I don't care what they do from the in the future. I will still never deal with another one of those again. Absolute worst. So, all right, 3 down. Would this kit be class 1 applicable? No, it won't. Class 1, can't have a what do you call it? Angled skid plate, and this has a 3.8 degree angled skid. So not for class 1. Class 2, class 3, you could run this for sure, just not class 1. What if what if Cabo did a large scale G body donk? Oh, Art, you son of a. Oh no, you're oh you're playing with me at that. That hurts. You know how to get to me. All right. Go. So, I guess I should let's grab some green slime. It's time to lube up, folks. Okay, built these. No need to torture myself watching. You're welcome, Rich. Just gonna slather those things up pretty good. You can never have too much green slime. I'm positive of that. One in, then that black little spacer, and finally a little bit more. There you go. I miss Lively. Is Lively gone? Is Lively not around anymore? So now, before we put the lower cap on and compress that lower cartridge, I'm going to install the shock shafts through it. I like to do that when the O-rings are not compressed. Put a little green slime on the threads to not, so you give them the best chance of not leaking. But there you go. That slid right in. Real nice like. Right, lower cartridges. Toxic crawler. Thank you, Toxic. Are we going to see Shock Oil Money Shot tonight? Well, these are not a bleeder cap, luckily for me, because that's when it has happened, is that I forgot that I didn't have the little screw in the bleeder cap, and I compressed it and no! So, you're welcome. There we go. So we got the lower cartridge assembled now. Hey, Gunnar Nissen. Thank you, sir. Hello, all. Tonight's code is 15% off. Thank you. Hashtag the next code will be going out. What? I've had one order this month and things are not. Ooh. Get your satisfied jerky order in. It's worth it. It's fantastic. Try the bacon jerky specifically. That is like meat candy. Get on it. So we got Dana. Thank you, Dana. Pin. So you go to that satisfiedjerky.com, which Dana put there. Use that code, you get 15% off. What's the point of green slime? It's just a really good lube. That is it. I don't think it has a flavor to it, so not exactly one size fits all, but beyond that, that is the application. Yes. Of course, Matt has to come in here and get inappropriate. Get out of there. Almost lost an O-ring in there. Lost my watch. Okay, we're gonna lube the threads. Slide it through. Lower shock. Cartridge is on. Don't you find the price of the Pro a little too high? It is high. It's a slider kit that doesn't include wheels, tires, body. So that makes it high. It definitely seems higher than, a lot of other Axial's offerings. It does come with, there's a lot of parts there. It's when you look at things that you start comparing, you have machined parts. These are machined tubes. There's 4 of those. That's something that's not cheap. So if you start looking at that there, you do have hard-coated anodized shock bodies. There's a cost there as well. New transmission mold, new, chassis plates, things like that. Now, whether or not there's thought of what the volume of this may be versus a normal trail truck, and then amortizing the cost of tooling for some of these more specific parts into it, it's a possibility. I have no idea. At the same time, though, while the cost is high, if you were trying to build something like this without this kit being available, you would spend more money. I can almost guarantee it. If you're trying to build something that had comparable apples to apples parts. Now, that would, if you were trying to piece together a Lamborghini without a Lamborghini being available, you would end up spending a lot of money too. But Lamborghinis are available and you can just buy a 200. Same thing goes for any car, right? So does that still mean that it's too high a price? That's up to you guys to decide. But I totally understand when people are like, man, it's a lot of money, because it is. But that's I can't. I can't I can't say one way or the other if it's too much money for you or the next person. But I know that deciding to build a class 2 truck without this, you buy an axle set, you're $250 into it, and you only got an axle. You don't have shocks. You don't have a chassis. You don't have a transmission. So, you know, different strokes, different folks. Did I only assemble? No, I know I've assembled more than one. Am I glad this option is on the market? Yeah, because I freaking love competing, and I want more people to compete so that comps are more common and more popular. And it's just, I think it's great for the market. And if you like to compete, or maybe you don't know if you like to compete, but there was no way you were going to try and find out because you weren't going to spend $900, $2,000, $1,500, whatever it costs for you to build a comp rig before. So now it's $429. Got some electronics laying around already. Maybe I'll try it. So maybe it will be for you now. I don't know. Either way, I hope I see some of you out competing because it's my favorite. Joker510714, thank you. As a person that nearly strictly has LCG custom builds, the SCX10 Pro kit is great for newcomers and people that want LCG flat rails without the headache of worrying about their cross-comparable parts, etc. It's totally a thing. If you didn't know before what transmission was going to work with which chassis that you liked the look of, or you liked the community based around it, and, then, yeah, that stuff is a pain. Anytime I get into like a new hobby, that's immediately the thing that is the hardest part, is trying to freaking find what works with what, and why I can't just buy the thing that I want, why I have to try and piece it together from 9 other places and then still screw it up once or twice. All right. Where'd my other shock shafts go? There they are. They just need an SCX6 comp rig now. It would lighten up class 5. Oh my goodness. Jeremiah Salberg. What's going on? Thank you, sir. For the money, I'll buy Phoenix RTR. The only thing I want from that kit are the shocks and axles and the links. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, even if you get one of these and you want to build a different chassis, like, you can still be money ahead when you're just buying these kits. And I suspect a lot of people will do that. I bet there'll be a lot of people who buy this kit. First I imagine that there's going to be companies that are just making straight bolt-on replacement chassis for this. You want a different style or different look, or maybe a slightly different emphasis in performance to, even lower center of gravity, or different this, whatever it is, they're going to do that. But it's just going to make the modifying even easier. You're going to see the just do this and change your SCX10 Pro, rather than like starting a new build from scratch just to have one thing. So it's not every truck is for every person, but that's good. That's fine. That's why we have 50 different trucks that we can buy. There we go. Right. Josh, I had some gas station gizzards today. Ate some extra for you. I love gas station gizzards. Oh, was it from Cubby's? Because Cubby's in Omaha was the spot for gas station gizzards. There we go. 3 down. 1 more to go. 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 1 I just like to dunk my O-rings into green slime. Gross. Josh, can you start posting more driving footage? I mean, I can, but honestly, the videos, driving footage videos generally don't do very well. So it's a lot of effort for a video that performs pretty poorly. And that's pretty universal. It just kind of always happens that way, at least in crawling. Crawling just doesn't make for great video. Some people like it, and some people will watch the videos no matter what. But in general, do shocks need to be dismantled to remove the spring? Nope. The lower caps or the lower spring collars just slide off. So you don't need to do that at all. I mean, that's how I'm installing them that way. So I love to watch hours of build videos. Yeah, build videos, you know, with some talking and things like that do much better than driving videos. Even like Matt's videos. Matt's videos are much better produced than mine. His camera work is much better. Now his driving is not nearly as good. It's very slow, boring, not very good, and like the skill level is very low. But the editing level on Matt's side, very good. And they just don't do as well. 2 O-rings per shock, I see that common? Yes, very common. O-rings or X-rings, you know, different options there. You gonna comp it box stock? I don't know. We'll see. The problem is that, well, no, probably not. I probably won't. I'll probably go drive it box stock, but will I comp it box stock? Most likely not. Fish Bill, thank you, Jeremy. What about the Losi release? Hemistorm make that? Oh my god. So for one, I think that that new Losi, the one that looks like a side by side, I think that thing looks freaking great. I love that they did a scale style suspension to it. I like that they stayed true to the like tire size that it needed to make it look appropriate, rather than like inflating the tires so that they didn't look proper scale. I freaking love it. I can't believe how good it looks. Now, the price on that one is also getting a good bit of attention. It's God, what was it, 619, 609? I can't remember. I'm sure you guys will find it. 619. Sorry, thank you, Jason. So it is a lot. It's a lot. I don't know what to say about that. You either like it $619 worth or you don't. I can't really, you know, say what the price means to you or not. But the whole thing with Hemistorm. So we talked about that on Wednesday a bit, and sorry, I'm feeling shocked, so I have a slight amount of concentration. So obviously the release of this Losi and Hemistorm's posts are a coincidence in the fact that they would have had to been working on this car for a year or more at this point. So Hemistorm's spoof release is like ultra bad timing for them. I'm sure that they're over there just going, what the hell? Like, and you would be furious if you're over there. You know, you've been working on this project for a year and your thunder gets stolen by something that's not the actual like, oh my god. Now, do I think Chris had anything to do with it? Of course not. But an unfortunate and funny coincidence. The good news is that after our live stream on Wednesday, we messaged Brian from Horizon Hobby. And we said, hey, you want to come on the live stream next Wednesday? Talk about it? And he's like, yeah, I can make that happen. So next Wednesday, we're going to have Brian from Horizon on, and we're going to talk about the whole thing. So the bad part is Hemi shirts. No, the Horizon version is like super proper and it looks epically good. Hemi Storms was cool, but like the wheels and tires were wrong, you know, and he was using a cage that like was, you know, it was repurposed. Like he was doing what he could because he didn't have access to everything. So like Hemi's was cool, and his paint jobs are obviously the epic part of it. But the Horizon one is perfect. It's like, it is a side-by-side. The plastics, the bumpers, the rear inner fenders, the proper suspension, like, ooh. Oh, I'm just saying. The Losi one is absolutely fantastic. To have, honestly, just the fact that the Losi one has the right suspension setup is everything. Like, I wish it was 1/5 scale. Well, technically, that thing is like 1/7 and something scale, I think, because I think a Razor has a two-seat Razor like that's got to be right on like 105-inch wheelbase or something like that. So I think it's like 7th scale. So while it's not 5th scale, it is a large scale. Okay, fill in more shocks. Get the bubbles out. Question, during the R&D phase, something like that, does new tech coming out during that ever change a design for it to get pushed back from the original timeline? It would depend on where you're at. If you're in tooling already, like, you know, for the plastics and things like that, I mean, no, you're kind of set. You know, unless something is so detrimental that, you know, the hundreds of thousands of dollars you may have wrapped up in the idea is all of a sudden going to be completely useless. You just have to, kind of go with it, and it is what it is. So, and that's the thing that's the difference between like a business where you're making a mass market kit like this, molded parts, an instruction set, manuals, you know, marketing documents, things like that, versus call it like a boutique company that's going to do a laser cut flat rail chassis, a 3D printed skid plate, and a machine transmission. I could start today. I could come up with a design of a laser cut chassis tonight. I could probably come up with a skid plate by morning and knock out some sort of transmission. If you had like inspiration of another transmission, you could come up with the design, the gear ratio, gear spacing, the whole thing. If you wanted it to be super simple in a very short amount of time, be generous and call it a week, less probably. If you're actually spending time on it, a couple of days. And then, you know, if you're like doing rough 3-axis machining only, 1 or 2 ops, and you could be to market in a month or less, depending on your volume. You know, the difference between a you know, lower volume boutique thing and a project like this, which you're looking at a year. And I mean, I know for a fact that this thing's been out and about for longer than a year. You know, and sometimes you might go through tooling and everything, and then have to get a sample, change the sample, or you might get it and be like, you know what? We don't want to spend the money on the full tooling and everything right now, plus the cost of the production and all that. And it may just get shelved and sat on for weeks or months a year, multiple years. You never know, especially in big companies. I've heard of projects that were completely done, ready for production, and they just never sent them to production. Like full RC kits. Go. Oh, I should. I'm putting the cap on with the shocks compressed so that there's no extra air in there. That way, yeah, there's a little negative pressure inside, so you do have to pull it out manually. But then you're not going to compress air and try and blow shock out of the seals. So there you go. When building your shocks, do you worry about any preload before the springs are installed? Well, with these, you have no option. There is no preload adjustment. I think that the easiest way on this would be either some 3D printed spacers or just changing the spring package altogether. But I think some 3D printed spacers, if you wanted to get into some tuning, would be an easy option. Right. Okay. O-rings like Dravtex. So these are a plastic cap that slides through, or top eyelet, whatever you want to call, with an O-ring that seals around. Dravtex had a screw that went in, right? I don't remember. I actually haven't built Dravtex in a lot of years. Oh, O-rings for preload like Drav. Oh, I didn't know that that's how they did theirs. Okay. Uh-uh. Have you decided on electronics? I have not specifically decided yet. We will likely get to that phase here on the stream. We're an hour and 20 in at this point. We'll see. So we will find out. Compressed. Okay. So we got shocks done, except we don't have our. So these go in the caps. Yep. One in. Aluminum or lower cups retain rod end over. Oh. No. Got the offset style on top. Robots are running Dravtex, right? Kind of. Technically, the shocks and the robots are from Deluxe, and I think they're their versions of them. Using the joystick transmitter in a Fusion SC. Ooh, I do have the joystick transmitters here. It's a possibility. Um, I do have that Fusion SC and the joystick transmitter in the Ecto. I could pull it out of there. Same. No, I don't know. I guess I truly don't know if how the whole Drav Tech and Deluxe thing works. I don't know, and I don't want to misspeak and say they're the same or not without being educated on it. So I will abstain. Okay. Axles and shocks are completed. They give you plenty of shock oil because there's a whole nother bottle here that I didn't touch. And even this one is like half full still. Is the regular worth it over the SE? Yeah, I would say so. If you've got the extra to spend, I'd get the regular fusions for the some of the programmability stuff like that. But if you're just like, if that like Fusion SC is like right at that budget level and you're like maybe right there, you need to stretch $5 or something like that, do it. Get it. Well, I have my gripes with Fusion stuff, Hobbywing brushless stuff in general. It's a little like, for me, it doesn't have a lot of punch. It's fine, it's good, but super smooth. It just doesn't have the punch. But let me tell you, it's still a solid brushless setup. So bag C is where we're at now. Alrighty. Here's our chassis. I will say the skid plate. What does surprise me is that like it's like very plain in a way. There's no like fillets in the corner of the skid plates. It's just very blocky. There's like hardly any radiuses on. That's kind of surprising to me. It looks just very like, brr. I noticed that when I was disassembling it the first time. Bags C1 here. Okay. Got the shafts. Got our gears here. I hope they sell a skid plate to get this trans to work in a 10.3. That's interesting. I'll tell you what my guess is. My guess is that there's a skid plate for this that comes out to swap to like a TGH transfer case. That would be my first thought. Because since you can't use like selectable overdrive in competition for class 2 anymore, since they outlawed it in the 2023 rules, I'm guessing that people will swap to a very simple transmission in order to cut a bunch of weight out of the chassis. Just a guess. But I bet you. Joker 510714. Thank you, sir. Fusion good for the space savings, but until it supports 4S and more kV, I'll admire from afar. I'll stick to my revolvers and 4S cape. That is another big. I really, really wish that they were 4S. I fully agree. I agree. I really wish that we could get 4S, a little more kV. You know. All right. Clip, clip, clip. Clip, clippity, clip, clip. Are all the gears machined? They are sintered. These are all sintered gears. I don't think any of them are machined. None of these pieces are machined. The only machined piece is this slider, the actual overdrive slider. Of course, the cups, things like that. But other than that, inside, nope, nope, nope. All right. Oh boy, this step here is a little cluttered. Looks more like the exploded view in the back of the manual rather than a single step. Right? We shall prevail, though. We can do it. So this is our top shaft here. We're looking for a 20 and a 26. So that looks like a 20. That looks like a 26. If I was to guess, or is that a 20? Wait, that's not a 26. That's like a 28 or something. I don't want to count, and there's no 1-to-1. Where is the 1-to-1, Rich? That's this way. I could sit here and count all the teeth. That doesn't sound any fun. So are they machined? No, these are sintered. And They are not labeled as far as I can see. Negative. No labeling. How's the eBay situation? Too soon? So, I have not heard anything back. I believe that I am out of luck on my eBay transaction. And the guy for the EXO never paid either. So, I was 4 for 6. So, is there a reference in the manual? Nope, there's no size reference. So we're going to wing it. Is there one somewhere else in the manual? That is possible. Do I put... Nope, this does not get an E-clip. That only gets a bearing. Single bearing here. Okay, let's grab this shaft. Thoughts on the new Hyrax LP? Seems to be close in size to cut and shuts. Yeah, that's totally that's exactly where they came from. The guys down in SoCal, Nabil, Chris Manis, and those guys, who often run or are associated with guys who are at Proline, they have been running cut and shut Hyrax for quite some time. And they were obviously like, hey, make us these damn tires. And they did. And I think they're super freaking rad. And they're definitely what I'll be running in Class 3. So who got the money on eBay? Wait, so you got the money on eBay without the 1099? Oof. I have no idea what my 1099 situation will be like out of there yet. But I think unless I actually get the money, I don't get a 1099. But no matter what, yes, I will still get a 1099 from eBay. So I still have to pay taxes on it too. All right, there's that. Now we need this guy to go this way. Done. Jules and Vincent are on the case. Vincent Vega, man with the plan. Jules. Can you claim the no pays as a loss on the 1099? That's a great question, and one for my estate attorney to take care of. That's a tasty burger. Okay, so I believe that we've got our and and Matt lost on one as well. So if you thought you'd see more from us on eBay, you would be mistaken. I don't know if I can put that in there yet without the top one. I'm going to grease these gears when I... Is that a bearing pocket? No, that is not a bearing pocket. Top, oh wait, it goes... It does show this one. There we go. That makes more sense. I was like, that doesn't look right. And that's going to be our rear output. Oh, I already have the bearing on there. Oh, screw it. I'll just take the bearing off of here. Easier. And I do need to get the shift lever installed so I can put that through at the same time. Wait. Oh, this must go through. Yes, this goes this way. And then we got a tiny E-clip. Go. Did I ship out the cars you lost on eBay, or do they still, or do you still have the cars? No, they have the cars and my money. Well, they have the cars and eBay has my money. I don't know. Either way, both are gone. Either way, I lose both of those things. I do not get the money and I do not get my cars back. So, so, yeah. All right, now we got those in the proper places. So we're gonna slide it out just a little bit and I'll grease it now that it's in here. Little bit of grease, not a lot. Don't want to put a lot on. No need for the extra resistance in there. Ever use a shock vacuum pump to remove air? No, I never have. I know that they exist. It's not something I've ever been, doing. It to the level that I thought was necessary. So no, not for me. Shaft through there, this side on. Okay, so got our shifting part of the transmission. Well, I feel like that is, oh, that's because this is floating around. I was like, that doesn't feel right. But this here is moving. So hopefully when it's in the right spot, everything will spin appropriately. It's kind of a unnerving situation, honestly. I would like to be able to check that each section of it is right before having to go forward. 147s, these are 16 mil. That is that one. That is shorter. Where's my other 16 mil? Right there. All right. Okay. So we got that part, I think, assembled as should be. Next part of this. As a former employee at eBay, I will never sell on there again. Oof. Yeah. Honestly, it was fun and some of the things went for way more than I expected in the first place. So in the end, I can't. I can let it go and be just walk away. But no matter what, you're never happy when someone steals from you, right? So like, hey Eric Baker, thank you, sir. Josh, are VFDs now Axial Fast compliant that Axial SCX10 Pro is available? No, because it is not an axial transmission. And while there is some similarities between this and a VFD, it is not an axial transmission. Therefore, not legal. Not legal. 18 tooth rut-row. Guess what I should have done? Probably should have counted the teeth because I bet one of these is an 18 tooth because that's definitely not. They do allow 3 gear though, right? Yes, because that is an axial style transmission. Joey Strong, thank you. I'm in the midst of my first axial build now. 1/10 scale crawler is going to be massive. I'm going to, with a custom Mad Max build of the white beard guy. What was the white beard guy? Why do I not remember the white? And that's the 18, that's the 20. Therefore, I got to take both of them apart. Should have counted instead of just saying I was on a stream. So that's got to go there. And then this will go back here. And now I have grease all over my fingers because I didn't do it right the first time. Oh well. Throw some more grease on there. Call it a day. You win some, you lose some. Okay. There we go. Isn't the Axial 3 gear a copy of the original Stealth? Yes, it is. Back in the day, in the early days of crawling, so in like the early days, the most popular transmission for us to use in the early days of crawling was the Traxxas Stampede trans, and we called it the PEDE, P-E-D-E. You would get yourself a Traxxas Stampede because they used out drives like we use on transmissions now, and you could bolt drive shafts to those. So lucky for us, it was the easy way to go. But for the guys that were extra fancy, they would find the stealth transmissions, which were so much more compact. And then they would adapt outputs onto it for a normal drive shaft because they were made for drive cups instead. So it was way harder to use them, but it was the better transmission. So when Axial was developing their first transmission, they're like, oh, well, this is the one to go with. We just need to make it so that you can actually use it in a crawler. And then we got what we got now. And so we got this guy that goes on this output. Is that correct? Yep. So we got to put the pin through. Pin goes through there. This gear slides on. And it gets a bearing on the end. What weight shock oil comes in the Phoenix kits? 30. And now we have our top shaft, which is this guy here. Pre-greased because we already did it. Why are you not going on? Tell me that is the correct one. Okay. Do I have an incorrect gear? 18 tooth. This is clearly our top. Let's just double count. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. Okay. It is the correct gear, but it is not fitting on our top shaft. Okay. Am I missing something? I am. This. Aha. We have... Dang, those two shafts are very similar. This is the front output shaft. Holy crap. That was my fault, but holy crap, those are similar. But different sized, clearly. Huh. Well, that's going to go there. Well, that's a fun one. There we go. Got some grease on her. And now we got the front side of the case. Let's make sure we got our bearings in place where need be. All of these need bearings. Front half of the case will slide on. There we go. Now the whole thing spins pretty well. Okay, now I need the 16 mil button heads. They go from the back and they go into these posts. Get those lined up. Another post. $35 weights. What's included with the SCX Pro? Yes, SCX Pro 35 weight shock oil. Go. Did I miss the D-bag late to the party? Nope, that is next. You're in time. Don't worry. We were waiting. We were waiting for you. We heard. Okay, those two are on. Transmission spinning nicely. Now, the funky part of the transmission is that this goes this way and it all sits in the case like that. And then you got to put these screws in. This is my least favorite design feature of this trans. We got the 4 bottom screws and then these 4 funky screws from the front and back. Have I tried it? I haven't made a 100% decision on which ones will go in here because I haven't looked in my bins yet. But my thought is that it will likely be a Fusion, either a Pro or a SE, depending on what I have that's new. And then I know I have some Reef servos in the boxes still, so we'll choose one of them. And I mean, there's the chance that we could go with the joystick radios. We'll see how everyone's feeling. And 066. Now this is the other funky part. So like I was saying, you got 2 screws that go in here and here from the backside into the skid plate, and then here as well into the skid plate. But I feel like this is just I hate when there's extra hardware lengths for that could have been avoided. The ones that go from the backside into the skid plate are 8 mils. The ones that go from the front side into the skid plate are 6 mils. There's no reason to have 2 different screw sizes there. Like, yeah, I dislike that. Like that's a poor choice. So get that. What body am I going to run? I've got a creep cab here, cab only creep. Do that. Maybe design up a 3D printable flatbed for it. Could maybe knock that out quick, throw that on the website. I feel like, yeah, Pastrana qualified for Daytona. He can drive for The 500, Ben? Is that? Do it. Put the joystick controller on a lunchbox. I feel like I should in a cup cart. Oh my god. I mean, you have to admit when like that's pretty freaking impressive. All right. Trans is together. Now, this step we either install the rear servo lockout or not. I'm going to install it locked out. I'm not going to run a mini servo. I do think I have a Reefs 99 here, which it is made for. I guess I could run it. Should I? There we go. Do I run the servo or no? I should throw a poll up. I mean, the all the bells and whistles. Yes. I'll double check in our boxes, and well, this is easy to put in later, so I'll leave that out for now. If I decide to do that, we will do that. And I'm told that one of these horns works specifically with a Reefs 99. I'm not 100% sure which one it is, but we'll find out. SFH 1989, thank you. Will a Polar Pro 540L fit in a VFD? I'd like to get 2700 kV to run 4S on in the 410 Pro I got for Trucks of Fortune. The 540L, I believe it will. I can't remember for sure the length, but I believe it will. Whew. At the bottom, it gets a little heavier. So we got that. What do we got now? I need to put the upper drive cup on. This guy here. Ooh, I don't know if I don't know if I do have an extra Reefs 99 here. I think they both might be in my Power Wagon build, my Rock Pirates one. So, regardless, we have to put on the little... Oh, there is a flat spot. Good. I was going to say, that could kind of suck. Come on. Get on there. Hold, please. I'm just going to go ahead and drive a 3 mil tap down it. There we go. Hey, look at how easy it starts now. Another DeWalt for taps. Have I used Pricey Customs Crawlers shocks before? I have on a Ripper that I helped assemble for a guy on the live streams. And I wasn't aware of what shocks they were specifically at the time, but I found out after the fact. I mean, they're a small diameter, but they look good. got that. So now this part is complete. We set that aside for the moment, and we've got the top shaft here, and we got the slipper eliminator. When is this being released in shops? Right now. I think most shops are receiving them already. This is a lot of customers have already gotten theirs in hand. Come on. Why aren't you fitting? There's the flat. There's the flat. Um, I asked you nicely. Here we go. Tight fit with that guy. This is aluminum. It's like a cast aluminum rather than anything else. So you got to be careful. Don't hit too hard, but because it's not going to be super strong. But it was a very tight fit. This is also an aluminum disc. Keeps it light. Let's see. I've not got mine shipped from A-Main. I ordered February 9th. It says delayed until April. I think that was what Axial was saying across the board. They're shipping earlier than what Axial initially said, and I just don't think A-Main has updated. So I believe that you'll likely get it faster, just like everybody else. Okay, now front motor mount, forward motor mount, whatever you want to call it, whatever F means to you. And so it doesn't say to install it yet, or does? No, I don't want to install it yet, otherwise I won't be able to get to the screws for the posts. So don't do that. Right. Uh, yeah, I ordered directly from Axial. I figured it would be shipping late. So yeah, no, I think that Axial just gave a date that was conservative as to, just in case anything were to happen. Okay, so got that. Oh, they also show that there's a little shim. There she be. I am not going to install that yet. I'm going to put this onto the transmission. That's going to go there. And oh my goodness, this is quite the little. So, then this has to. What kind of trickery they got going on here? Honestly, I don't know why they went with these aluminum posts. Like, they're. Hopefully, I can put that to the side. There we go. Like, they really don't need the connection from the trans to it on this because they don't have a solid top shaft. It's a CV. Like, they could have got away without it. Hammer everything, guys. Just a hammer. So yeah, like I don't know better than plastic. It's just not needed at all. They don't need those posts. if they're going to do it where they bolt this thing in separately, it just doesn't need them. Like the VFD, it makes sense here. Not so much. What is that? Oh, that's a wrong screw. What is that? It's at 2.5 mil. It's a watch hammer used to work at jewelers. Yeah, exactly. I think it's called a jeweler's hammer. That hammer has gotten a lot of use tonight. It gets a lot of use all the time. You can see how swaged the head is. Is it swaged or swedged? I don't remember. So now we can slide it in from the side. And then, oh, it did say this was supposed to get this little spacer. Or, what do you, not a spacer, not a washer, but a shim. Shoot. So we're going to slide that through and get the shim on there. We're going to pull it back out, except just shy of the edge. There we go. Ha-ha. Gotcha. Okay, we're in good shape. Not sure how I feel about the plastic motor mount. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that at all. It's a decent sized motor mount in general. I have zero concerns about that thing. Especially in a truck like this. I mean, it's not an 8 scale buggy or anything, so. Have I seen any differences between this kit and the prototype I reviewed yet? None that I've noticed, but I am doing a live stream. So, and I only like disassembled and then so like I didn't fully assemble from scratch, so necessarily catching every difference would be maybe more difficult than you would expect. But other than that, I don't think that I have. I think that I've got everything. Yeah. All right there. Where's your 64-ounce static water? It's right here in the fire hydrant. Speaking of, you gotta stay hydrated. Okay. 8 o'clock. We're not in too bad a shape. We got links to do next. Where did my link building tools go? Ruh-roh. We could be in trouble. Never mind. I have one piece of it, and well, that is interesting. That I don't see where the other part of my link. It's always in the same spot. I've got my old one, the one that I made way back when. That is unfortunate, and I don't know what to say about that. So I guess we're going to use the old one. This one was made from an old Axial dog bone, 2 O-rings, and some duct tape, and I ground the slot on the dog bone cup larger. Anyway, so we're to bag D, link bag. Take it to the office. No, I've got one at the office. Bought one for there. And the bigger chance is that I have put it somewhere on my disaster space of a bench. Speaking of, there's the joystick radio. Son of a biscuit. Annoyed. This guy. Oh. Throw it in my go bag of stuff. No, I did not. Oh well. Okay. Tough shit. Back to work. This thing is just about as fast. Oh, Buck Dandy. Did I miss one from you? Buck Dandy is my best friend, and I love him more than everyone else here. Buck Dandy for president. Womp, womp, womp. Yes, exactly. That is exactly right. I am mad. This is my mad face. You can't tell sometimes. So, neck 57.4 millimeters, shoulder to shoulder. Good thing I got my good old calipers here. What we should check, let's check the accuracy of the print of the Axial manual. Pretty much dead on. Yeah, congrats. So now let's find what link it is, because it just says 57.4. Must be, yeah, gotta be that guy. Where did my flush cuts go? Seriously? Got him. We'll go ahead and just snip all these link rod ends off. It's a big rod end tree. Got all 20 some rod ends on one tree. You clean as you go or make a big mess and clean later? I make a big mess and then make another big mess and another big mess. And finally, the piles have got to a point where I can't move in this room and I have to clean. That is what I do. So now we are going to, will these work in here? Yes. Probably go down to 1 on the old power drill there. Okay. Now put them both in. Okay. Even them up. These are all the same rod ends, so it sounds like we can get them all started. That's fine. You mentioned some Nipix pliers that you loved in a previous stream. Any chance you can mention the model numbers? Yes, I can. So these are the Nipix flush cuts that I love. so much. That was someone. These are the 78, 61, 125s. And they're pretty epic. I also have the Nipix O-ring pliers. Snap ring pliers, not O-ring. 78, 61, 125. Yes, that is correct. We're just getting all of these started, and then we'll get them all tightened. Nipix and Klein, only way to go. I do love me some Nipix. What was the model number of the snap ring pliers, please? They are the 4811J0. There's also an A0, but the J0 is the one that I prefer. I've got both, and I have one at the office. The J0, the one I like. Okay. We're going to try and make the link building as quick as possible because it's one of the worst parts. So, danke. Gracias. Come on. Yep. We're getting there. J0? That a new rapper? J0 still married to Beyonce? What are we at? We're at 809 B ounce. Hey, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 left. 4.5 to get started. Still have to finish them, of course, but been thinking about buying a chassis jig. Was looking at the NSD. Any opinions? Yeah, as far as chassis jigs go, full table, it's the best. Oh, that one's tough to get your hands on. Trying to get both of these started. I got flush cutters from Christmas and they exploded. Ooh, made sure to baby them. I'll be sending them back. Oh yeah, you definitely get them warranted. I don't baby mine in the slightest. I'm probably building more links than I need to because I went axle mounted. Because yeah, it's exactly what I did. Is I built more links than I was supposed to. I better look at the instructions for that. Since the link sets are different. Maybe there's a chance that the one I haven't built is the one I don't need to build. I bet I'm wrong, though. Let's go look. So, CMS. Oh, that was the first one that I built that I didn't need to build. Look at me go. That. Don't do as I did. Where is that one? Did I probably throw it somewhere else completely even? No, it's not that one. Maybe it's not the one I started with. I thought I was going to start with it. It's not that. That one. Oh, I didn't thread it down. Haha. Crack a beer, it's Friday. You know what? No beer in the house. No beer. Especially after yesterday, we put our old kitten down. You know what? Beer is not what I need in the house. get sad. Let's see. Panhard 4-link with chassis mounted servo on axle. Yeah. all of the things. Go. That should be correct again. And that is this guy, which I did need to build. Excellent. What did I just do with the link that I think I put it over there? Yes. Which company was it that did 4-link with Panhard? Ooh, I can't remember. I think maybe it was it Rebel RC? Did they do a 4-link with did they do a 4-link with Panhard? But I think they did a parallel 4-link with Panhard, which is totally reasonable. That's a proper setup. So, axial mounted servo, I need these, which is not that one. Front lower link. Nope. I think that's this one. Yeah. So I don't use that. I don't think. Charisma did 4-link with Panhard, did they? So you can do 4-link with Panhard as long as you're not triangulated in the links, because just like a stock Jeep JK is 4-link with Panhard in the rear, you know, more links, mo better. I mean, it can help distribute the load to the chassis in a more, in a better way. So it's not wrong, but yes, it was Rebel did it as well. Okay. You guys see that Rebel RC is they're not selling that Jeep anymore. They done stopped. That one. No, that one's right. And what was this one? It doesn't say what it is for. Axial mounted servo option. It just says. Okay. I don't know. We're just gonna keep building. Wish there was a more complete list of exactly what we were doing. Do I need to build one, two times? Okay. Okay. Not very rebellious of them. It was called a heap. Hear me out. 5 links with Panhard. 4-minute abs. Oh shit, Jeep went after them as well? I guess it could have called Jeep. So, I mean, it might have been Jeep. Because even though it had an angry grill, underneath of the angry grill, it had a regular Jeep grill. So now we got our lower links. Okay. Can't mess with the 7 slots. That's the truth. Okay. Bent lower links. Done. Okay. Let's see. Stellantis will find any way to squeeze half penny out of anything. So that's the thing, is that normally the the company itself, Jeep, is not even responsible for it. They contract the licensing rights out to a marketing company, and it's up to the marketing company to decide who to go after and whatnot. And they may even get to keep the money. I don't even know. I don't know how that part of it works, but yeah, it's not even usually like Jeep themselves not interested in the toy market part of it. Like somebody else handle that shit. Okay, so all our pivot balls. This is a rigid material. Just pop them in the easy way. Oh, okay. Your references to random 90s commercials sold me on your channel. Part of them are like references to movies that referenced them later as well. You remember something about Mary when he picks up the hitchhiker and they stop at the rest area, and the hitchhiker, who's the guy from Half Baked who gave the cop the buttered stuff, he he's like, "You want to hear my idea? 4-minute abs," because it was like 5-minute abs. It's like, what if someone, or 7-minute, yeah, whatever it was. So yeah, his idea was 6-minute abs because 7-minute abs was already a thing. 6-minute abs. Like, well, what if someone just comes up with 5-minute abs? It's like, that's not enough time. You know, step into my office. Why? Because you're fucking fired. Josh, go to Shars and get yourself some solid 1, 2, 3 blocks. These 1, 2, 3 blocks, these are not, I'm not machining in here. Oh, the solid one. You mean the no holes? Yes. But that's another thing. My toolbox is so freaking full in here. It's got, I'm almost in like a one in, one out situation. But I can't help it. Take that circle maker out. You shut your mouth, Dale C. Leatherman works perfect for it. Yeah, so I use the pliers in this area, but it takes longer to get them in the center than it does to just push them on here and push down. Like, this is just so easy. But normally I don't have a block on the table, so then I will use the pliers. 6. No, 7. 7's the number. Okay. I think that I probably have to build one more link. I don't know which one it is yet. We're going to figure that out. Rear upper link. Is that this guy? That is that guy. That little guy? Don't worry about that little guy. Well, who's that from? So there's that front lower link. That is that guy. All right. Axle mounted servo. 2 times. Is that this one? Super. Super Troopers. That little guy? Don't worry about that little guy. So here's our front links. Here's our rear links. And wait, Oops. Here's our rear links. Here's our steering. So evidently I did build enough. Whoop-de-doo, Basil. Ah, the snozberries taste like snozberries. Size of this cell, 8x8. Ours are 9x9. No big deal. Okay. Drive shafts, then links, then chassis, then we're working on something else. Okay. We're getting light in the box. They're equal length drive shafts, so that'll make it go ahead. Do I look like a cat to you? You see me all hopping around on nimbly bimbly from tree to tree? Do you see me eating mice? Okay. Barrel, pin. So how are the instructions? I think they're okay so far. They're not the best, they're not the worst. I think the transmission side could have been broken up a little bit here and there. The links I feel like could have been like just separated into build these or build these, but that's super minor complaints. That's just complaining to complain, which I'm great at. But okay, that joint pivot pin. Go. We're getting there. How do we 518 still hanging in there. Good amount of people who are here for this. Maybe I'm lazy, but I can't find the wheelbase. Yep, 12.5. So let's line up our rotate, keep our drive shafts in phase. As long as we don't drop them apart, which I bet we will. That. Honestly, Josh, you've been background. I'm working on things myself. Good. That's the point. That's the hope. Dropping frames? Nope, haven't dropped a single frame tonight, it says. Not many blue names tonight, sure. One of the, every once in a while, turns out that way. But luckily, we haven't had any, chat bots or anything like that. That's bonus. Pin, pivot, joint. Line that up. Whoop. There you go. Pivot. Another classic. Thought about making a leather pants joke in the news the other day in reference to the Friends episode, but I was just like, I don't know who will get. Yep, Ben's here. Ben's been hanging out all night, which he's been gone a little bit lately on fun wheeling trips, but hanging out. Last week I was gone in Vegas, so kind of. I had the Thursday night one, but we didn't have a Friday. Okay, What's my drink tonight? Water. I had a drink before, but that's it. with a with a long build like this, you need to be careful about how much water you decide to drink, because otherwise you sit here and your eyeballs start floating. Okay. Especially when Nicole's not here, so I don't have any ability for a quick breather without just walking out of the room, which is awkward. Oh, Art, I thought you had me for a second. Jesus, you need a two-part authentication code to get in that water jug. That is my least favorite part about it. I would honestly, I should change that jug out to one that is simpler. But that one was free, and if you didn't know, that's my favorite. What did Mike J do that was super sketch? That's oh yeah, Ben drilling holes in his bead locks. Drilling holes in your full size off road route in the wheel. Oh, that's a tough one, especially some aftermarket bead locks. Little pucker moment. Okay, so these are my rear links. Those are my front. This is my, how's that go? This is my something. This is my gun. I think it's probably inappropriate to say. Never mind. I can't remember. Where is the hardware for the links? They're these long set pins. They're like a long M4. Are they in the next bag? Do I say? Yo, yep, G. Bag G. This is my weapon. Yes, that's what this is my weapon. This is for fighting. This is for fun. Go. If that's inappropriate, no. I thought the actual words that were in it might have been inappropriate because I couldn't remember. And I was wondering if I mean, there are a lot of parts of that movie we can't exactly quote on this show. Great movie, but I'm just saying, can't exactly get away with all that. All right, lower links. Phoenix is back. Arlie Emery would be. Phoenix is back. That they let's see. FMJ is a classic right there with Platoon. Yeah, I like Full Metal Jacket better than Platoon. Like my battery's going low. That's this one. Yep. Let me see your comp face. Yeah. Bad idea to have those installed. Taking them out. Like I said, we probably need to. Anyone want to bet the other battery isn't charged? It's absolutely charged. I have 2 extras. One of them is always charged. Sits on the charger all the time. Because it is low. You're right. Those are on. Those are installed. We need these. Chassis time. Your battery sounds like a fire hazard. Shh. We don't talk about these things. Got rubber bands across the room. Frame rail time. Okay, now we got chassis rails. We're gonna be cooking with gas here soon. Now I do have wheels, tires, and I wouldn't mind getting it full RTR. And it would help if I went with the Fusion because I could just drop it in. I don't know. We'll see what the numbers look like. We'll see if we still got a crowd when it gets time to install electronics. So, this is the CMS page. See, we're watching instructions now, like a grown-up. CMS. Does this say axle mounted? CMS, axle mounted. CMS. I guess this is, oh, axle mounted option. Why does it not say it like the other one? This one says chassis mounted here. This one does not say it up top. Huh. But it says it in the little. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Sorry. So we go from this stuff to the chassis page. You can see here it says CMS, F and G2. Bag F and G2. That's what that means. So the stuff that you need, right? You go to the next page, and we have F and G2, same thing, but it doesn't say if it's for the axle mount here, except that it does here. So I'm guessing that this is what we need to do. I don't know. Yeah, because it's got that link there. So anyway, enough about that. Chassis plate and our servo plate. I should probably swap the batteries over before we get going crazy. I need one of the 110s. 110 is 16 mil. Oh, gotta open this. Mm-hmm. Okay. Could you build it, but better? 16. It's that guy. Is that really a 16? Yeah, that's a long screw into that. Okay. And And it's also a 16. All right. Front bumper mount. And that uses a 115, which is a 10 mil. Yep. Oh. Seems like it would need a low pro servo. You're talking about in this? I don't know. This does not need a low pro servo, no. Are you talking about the axle mount? Well, I guess I don't think it will, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure it'd be all right. Is the plastic soft? No. It feels pretty rigid. Feels pretty decent overall. We are going to install the body mounts as directed. Actually, no, we're not going to install the body posts right now, or the body post mounts. We'll get to that later based on which setup we decide to use. Other side, should be this one, yes. And, okay, so 1180, 18 mil. Did I see a 23 tooth horn? That's a good question. What did I say I needed? Hold on. 18? That's a 20. 16. So many screw sizes. That looks like a 20 as well. Yeah. Like a 19 almost. That's an 18. That's a bit of a pain in the butt, but we're going to go third hole back. I think Nicole's entering to get chocolate. I have the overhead on, so you're safe to enter to get your chocolate.
No, you can give it to
me. I can't. I'm building a truck at the moment.
I'm not chancing.
Okay.
That green screen not working.
You want me to turn? Here, I'll do this. There. Now the green screen is off. You're safe to enter.
No, not
I brought Nicole home some sympathy. It's over here, actually. It's behind that. I brought Nicole home some sympathy chocolate after
it's fancy chocolate too.
To make her feel better today.
It did help.
But she made me bring it in here.
Where is it?
Behind the back. She made me bring it in here so she wouldn't eat it all while I was on the street. And I knew she would be in here. I knew it would happen. Right. And it's fancy. Ginger Elizabeth's chocolate. She's a famous chocolatier. Okay. That is correct. We got it all lined up. Am I the only one that goes through and sorts the screws beforehand? No, I would. I have at times, and I would even prefer to now. But being on a live stream, sorting screws can be even more dull than it is sitting here rummaging through them. That, and now we need the upper. So this goes in the center. And this is going to be a rear upper. That also gets a nut. Chocolate oranges are great. He actually does like chocolate oranges,
You're my second favorite.
which I think are kind of terrible. They taste like someone dropped some cleaner in with the good chocolate. Dora the Explorer looking for chocolate. Yeah, exactly. Because I kind of hid them in here anyway. So, all right. So, there we go. Okay. Got that on. Now we can put the lower other portion on, which uses these shorty screws. Okay. What size is all the hardware? Almost all 3mm. Eric Baker, take Nicole to Ginger Elizabeth Chocolate in downtown Sac. That's where I went and got that chocolate from. We've been there many times. So there. She didn't want to risk walking by being not camera ready. 2.5, anything else? Oh, you mean what size are the drivers? Not the hardware. The hardware is all 3mm. Most everything is a 2mm driver. Some 1.5mm driver needed. But everything else is, yeah. There are screw measurement helpers available on Thingiverse. Easy. Yeah, I've seen those as well. I usually just, I guess I'll just sort a couple and then I can usually eyeball them past that. But yeah. So there's that. Now we need the rear chassis brace, which is this guy. Kind of a high clearance jobby. And that uses all 115, 10 mil. It's that size. What's the frame thickness? Ah, good question. I think it's 3mm, if I'm guessing. 3mm. So, I've got my fingers on the buy button for a Bamboo Labs X1 carbon printer all night. Ah, it would be, I wouldn't mind having it as a second printer. Um, I, I, I don't think I would abandon my Prusa for it, but it is a nice printer. I wish it wasn't so loud, but that'd be my big complaint with it. Okay, that's done. I didn't put the servo winch posts in, but I'm okay with that right now. So now it is transmission time. So get lined up, and these are all 10 mil. Yep, 10, 10, 10, 10. Oh, that's for CMS. AMS is just all the 10 mil. There we go. that. We need 2 in the front. And we got 1 and 2 in the front, 1 in the back. Okay, so that's attached. Time for the other side. Jeez. Sure do like to cram a lot of steps in there. How do you like the transmission being part of the skid? Not my favorite. I like it way better than when they like make half of the skid plate or the skid plate half of the like bearing seats. I super dislike that. I know Gmade did that with the bomb. Element did it with their new SE train. I really dislike that. That's a hard pass from me. It's asking for separation issues and that way. Like this doesn't suck. This is on its own. It can exist and function just fine. I just don't like how it has to bolt to the front of the skid and the bottom. It's front and back and bottom. It's very odd. I don't feel like that was something I would have been okay with, but beyond that, hasn't been that bad. Pretty sure it's adjustable on the server cross brace for the winch. I don't know what you mean there. And we need our 18s. I think that's this one. Yep. Need this. I've had separation issues all my life. Phoenix. I know what you mean. There, yeah. 3 back. The small cross bolts seem unnecessary. I feel like they, yeah, unnecessary. Just, yeah, it's an overcomplication of something that could have been designed around. I feel I don't know that they're unnecessary in the way that, you know, in the way that it's produced right now. But I feel like it could have been designed around without. Jewish Horizon sent you the new low seat? Obviously, I think it's freaking rad. Who wouldn't? But that's not my bag. Like I don't make videos in that area very often, so I wouldn't expect it. But I think that new low seat is sweet as. This is not my bag, baby. Exactly. J Concepts made a more of air body? Yes, Ben, they did. Yep, I saw that today. I don't know how I feel about that new more like I don't know. I'm gonna be interested to hear what everybody says, what everybody thinks about it. Like, is it because I feel like that is only going to be for people who are fans of Matt's off-road recovery, which I'm not saying is small. He has a fantastic following of people, but is that enough for them? Will they sell enough of them in that case for it to be a viable option? And they called it a Corvair. Like they straight up called it a Corvair. So they presumably got licensing. From the initial comment I saw from Matt, SBG Matt, like I don't know that he is on board with the idea of a Corvair crawler. But I don't think our Matt uh, is a Matt's Off-Road Recovery. Can't find it. They posted it on their Instagram. It's a teaser, or a sneak peek, whatever you want to call it. They haven't listed it for sale yet. Come on. We're getting close, folks. Oh, wrong one. Matt bought a Volvo on purpose. His opinion is invalid. He bought a Volvo by choice. Come on. Oh, wait, that wasn't a 10 anyway. That one needed a 16, I think. Wasn't it 16? 110. Yeah, 16 mil. So long. Yo, remember, it's banana to mouth, not mouth to banana. Okay, all the links are on. We need to put this guy on, which I don't even know if I need to, because if I run a cab only, those are going to come right back off. And never eat a corn dog in public. What if you're at the fair? I only eat them in public. I've never eaten a corn dog at home. Who makes corn dogs at home? I want to know, who are you people? Who's eating a corn dog at home? Okay. That now we're setting this aside for the moment and we're attaching our steering on the axle. Okay. Fair food. Funnel cakes are oh, funnel cakes are so good. Oh, I love funnel cakes. I'm having a crisis. And we need a 12 is a 25 millimeter. I just bought corn dogs for home. Not gonna lie, kids at home equal corn dogs. Okay, I'll give you that. If you're making corn dogs for your kids at home, like, good for your kids, because that I love corn dogs. Let me tell you, Midwest QT gas station corn dogs, 2 for like $3 or whatever it is, so freaking good. Like, oh, Oh, I love QT corn dogs, by the way. I recant my statement. Corn dogs in the air fryer. Oh. All right, I'll allow it. Now I want a corn dog. Like I would eat a corn dog right now. At home. No kids here. I am just a big kid. Carnies, small hands, smell like cabbage. We made that joke a lot. We used to have behind the shop, the Vanquish shop, right behind us. It was like Carney headquarters. Between fairs, they would all come back, and they'd bring all the trailers would be there, and all the carnies would just be outside, and you'd smell the grills going all day, and they'd set up the rides for, I don't know, testing or whatever. I don't know why. I don't think that they were riding them, but I'm just saying. You'd smell a lot of carny food. Okay, so now right to the installation of the front upper links. And this takes what size? 110s, which are 16. 16. 16. Well, we need to twist this guy 90 degrees. Okay. Yeah. Now drop these down. Size is that. Or does it say? It doesn't say. I guess we're not to that step yet. Let's reinstall drive shafts before we forget. Drive shaft on. Okay. Looking good, folks. Looking good. That servo mount needs to be aluminum. I mean, I'm sure that an aluminum one will exist. I bet this one will fare just fine. You got to remember, this is a comp rig, so don't be trying to add freaking 10 pounds of brass to them, right? As long as people don't get nuts with trying to make this thing weigh like their TRX4. It's a comp rig. You should keep it as light as possible and only add weight as needed. Even if every single part of this becomes available in brass, don't buy it. Okay. Jeremiah Salvage. Thank you, sir. Tonight's dinner, pizza rolls cooked in an air fryer, Dr. Pepper strawberries, cream, peel apart Twizzlers. I mean, it doesn't sound. I do love freaking pizza rolls. Who doesn't love pizza rolls though? If you don't like pizza rolls, I have fighting words. So we don't use that guy because we're using these long ones with size is TLR 5911, 22 mil, and we're attaching the shocks at the same time. That's a 25. So we have 22s and 25s. They just have every screw size. No attention paid to minimizing screw sizes. That's slightly ridiculous. That will be one gripe. 20, 22, 25. I'm having to pre-sort all of them now just to make sure that we have some sort of. Oh my god. And do I even. Okay, there we go. Shocks. Right here. No, it's good. And oh wait, is one side? Oh, are they really different? One side is. Oh, this is super weird. Okay, sorry. You guys are getting to see this. So this is the step I'm on here, right? So we're attaching the focus, the lower link and shock through one screw. On this side, 5911, which is 22 millimeter. On the other side, shock and link, ACI 0012, 25 millimeter. So one side gets a 22, one side gets a 25. I remember this now though. And Rich said it's specifically because if you use a 25 millimeter, it will hit the servo. So that's why they're putting the exclamation point. Interesting. Interesting. I need to make sure because I read one side and I thought it was going to be the same, so I didn't pay close attention to that. We're going to put that there. We'll use a 25 on the other. Whew. That's a bit funny. But I remember Rich saying that during the live stream now. He told you not to. You did it anyway. Can't tell me nothing. So now we got the 22. We're putting it in the right spot. Come on. There it goes. And I'm pretty sure that's stripped. Should have done that one by hand, but yeah, it's fine. It's not falling out. You know. Now, one thing is you can't really get to the steering servo position unless you have the shocks off. So we should install the shocks before, or we should install a servo. We should install a servo here before I go too nuts and get too far in. You don't want to go too deep. So rear, 25 mil up. What am I using up top? Yes, 25 mil. Is either side threaded? The center must be threaded. Come on. Nope. Oh, okay. One side One side's threaded. I see it. Go. Food talk made me make some waffles. So growing up, I only ate my Eggo waffles with jelly on them. To this day, still how I prefer them. I don't eat Eggos a lot, but if there was a box in my freezer right now, they would be getting jelly. I'm not saying I eat other waffles with jelly. But Eggo waffles get jelly. Cinnamon and sugar, close second place. Traditional syrup method, distant third. What flavor of jelly? Not terribly picky, but you know, grape or strawberry, pretty much standard. Don't come at me with apricot jelly. Like, what are you, the queen? Okay. Now, lower links. Those are 12s as well. Also, the long boys. 25. Marmalade. Ah, shit. One thing I did notice is that these down here have a threaded and a non-threaded side, and I swapped them. That's an L for me. I won't be disassembling, if in case you were wondering. We're just going to be getting her started this way. So if you're following along, go back and disassemble at the beginning. Apricot spread and eat it with pinky askew. Right. We got one left. What about preserves? I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't know what that means. I've heard the word. I don't know that it's any different. I don't know what marmalade means. I know that it's like jelly or is maybe just another word for jelly, but I have no idea the difference. I would have to ask Nicole. Fish built. Thank you, thank you. Poll question: biscuit and jelly or biscuit and honey? Oh, biscuit. Ooh. Biscuit and honey is my go-to. That's absolutely the. Especially if yeah, it just biscuit and gravy. Not the question. That's a meal on its own, and doesn't count. 118, which is the 20 mils. We're going to start with some sort of mid-placed suspension setup, which, oh, that's exactly what they suggest. Following along, I quit after I started the live build and made an adult beverage. That's reasonable. Oh, come on. There we go. That nut did not want to start. Cross-threading now? It absolutely was. But then we got her on straight. Okay. Woo, woo. Okay. We need a few pieces of electronics quick, don't we? So let's go dig in the boxes. So what do we got? What do we got? We do have a Reefs 400. Um, that would be non-direct powered and would probably run off of the internal BEC of a Fusion. We have a Roth 500. We'll use the Roth 500. So I don't see a Fusion in here. Okay. Pullers. Okay. So we're going to, I know where my Fusion is. Wait, I know I just bought a Fusion Pro the other day. What did I do with it? Let's see. Dang it. I know I talked about it the other day, and it's okay. We'll just steal this guy. Right? Yeah. I know I have the one in the family truckster that's the Spectrum one, but I bought another Fusion Pro the other day. And I I don't remember what I did with it. I didn't install it in anything, did I? No. Whatever. Moving on. We have things to do. We have things to get done. Where did my regular 2.0 driver come from? Did I check the app? No, I didn't check the app. I know I didn't put it in the app yet, which is my fault. Well, or did I? No. Success. I knew it. Okay. Okay. We're back. Which one is this one? 1800. This is not the Pro. I can't remember. I don't remember what. Doesn't matter. Either way. Okay. That. Throw that stuff away. Got like a million of these now. Get that 400 back out. Save us time. Just the 500 is. It's not direct power, is it? I thought it was standard. Yeah, it's standard too. It'll drop right in. So. Seems like it'd be too slow on 3S. Not in a comp type truck. I think my comp rig has got an 1850. Not a low profile. That I don't know if we need a low profile, do we? No, we don't need a low profile at all. So that's the 500. You can see it's right at the bottom of the axle tube. So standard servo is fine. No need for a low profile. If I had like a 888, I would throw that in. But well, if I had a 888, I'd be. If I end up using this for like scale mats, it will get a 888. But for now, interesting to see that the servo sits vertical on the axle. This is pretty common. This has been done many times. Yeah, this isn't crazy new. LP would be less weight, and well, depending on which version, less power. Like the difference between that 400 and a 500, I'm going 500 every time. Like for certain. Oops. 25 is fine. Okay, now. Oh, actually, no. No, whoops. Is that the 22 or 20? Okay. But yes, and like I said, if I was right now, I'm not sure if I'll use this for scale nats or whatever you want to call it, Rocky Mountain Regionals. But if I do, I'll get a 888 in it and call it a day. Does a capper style behind the axle mount sit that low? Pretty much, like the deluxe one. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much the same thing. Sit right there. I mean, I think on one of my trucks, mine sits even lower than that. Like it sits a little bit below the axle, and it doesn't bother me. It's on the front axle, you can drive it around stuff. But the one mine sits lower on is technically a portal, so it's not actually as low. Right. How to scratch up a Servo 101. Oh yeah, but I mean, like I come from the rock crawling days where, yeah, like for one, scratching up a servo, I don't care about it at all. I'll drag that servo across the rocks all day. Like that is zero concern to me. The servo should be scratched up in a rock crawler. Don't worry about it. Now, the question, can I get to the screws? Yeah. Not perfectly, but yes. So, shaft is halfway hidden. That's fun. Or halfway hidden. Sits halfway behind the servo. So we can guesstimate our stick out. Oh, the rock crawling days. A 59, 55 TG was considered high torque. I know. And you would bang those things across the ground like crazy. We would you could wear through the bottom of a servo almost. But performance, you do what you got to do. Do you think direct power servos will become standard in RTR trucks? Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Um, I I would be very surprised to see it in an RTR truck in general. Okay, let's. Okay, one motor screw in. I'm shocked. Oh, sorry. Reading again. Come on. Yeah. And what are we at? Getting that top one in is the issue. Let's loosen up the bottom one. See if we can get that top one aligned. There we go. What 4S packs do I use? I use the Tattoo brand, which is from Genzace. It's their drone line. And it depends on the truck. Usually, you know, 11, 1300. If it's my trail trucks when I'm running them, I'll run 1800. And Fusion has a good BAC. Fusion BAC is okay. It's 4 amp, which isn't good. It's not like a great one, but it'll do for like most mid-range servos. If you put like a powerful servo in there, 4 amp is not going to be nearly enough. You're going to need an external BEC. But it'll do okay for most, servos. Maybe up to that like 5 or maybe 600 ounce inch range, depending on how efficient a servo is. But yeah, if you go to like a high power servo, Fusion is 6 amp switching, I thought. 40 amp. Is it 6 amp? I thought it said 4 amp, but that's 40 amp ESC. Maybe it is a 6 amp? I don't know. Doesn't say on here. Must be in the manual. 6 amp is pretty decent. It's like a Mamba X. So again, still going to do pretty well for most servos. It's 600 ounce inches maybe. But above that, you get like an A700 or something like that. You're going to need a BEC. So just the little stuff. Or you go direct power. Direct power is what I've been doing on most of them. That's in there. Servo's in there. So we just need our receiver. Okay. Grab my receiver. A receiver. This was in another car temporarily. It kind of looks like a tactic receiver, although it is not. Okay. Grab some tape. Do I have any? I don't. Don't have any normal servo tape left. Chris Maxwell, thank you, sir. How do you typically wire up direct power servo? JST pigtail right off of the power lead. And then, it depends on the truck, but generally that's how I would go about it. Just do a little pigtail there and can go from there. The one that got sent back to you. Nope, that one is right here. That is a Fataba. That was the one that George GC Coop sent back to me. This one was in the Element Ecto, but was not the permanent home for that particular receiver. So that there. We're gonna have to. It does lead to some interesting servo wire routing, but nothing crazy. Are you running the Top Gun? Maybe. Steering servo goes in one to steer, 2 to clear. And I think that this is that way or this way. Black is to the outside typically. Okay. Run the wire on the upper link. Yep, that's how I plan to. But you just got to get over to it is the only thing. Not a big deal. Pretty easy little route. That'd be a fun challenge. Put throttle in 1 and steering in 2 and do comp that. Ooh. Let's steer with, yeah, that. It would be a fun day. We've done it where we had 2 radios, one for steering, one for throttle, 2 people running it. That was fun. I liked that one. Okay, we'll get all that organized. But what we should do. Is this the loud one? That's the loud one. I have 2, of course, because you have to have 2 of these. What do I have for a battery handy? That is the bigger question. I have a hard pack, but it's only 2S, but that's fine. Let's see what that does. There we go. Do not have steering. I'm guessing that this plug is backwards. Yep, now it's alive. So now we can get a servo horn on there. Let's see. I guess I'm out of my Vanquish servo horns. I must need to refill. Throw a reefs on there for now. And the good news is that it's very hard to get to that servo horn. Ooh. I'm thinking and where are we at? Now we can get to it. Look at that. That's pretty close even. That, you know, it's an access hole. Should have just been there. First modification is done. Nailed it. Okay, we gotta put our clamping screws in and then we'll be set. Wheels and tires, of course. What kind of hole is that? That is a hole so you can get to the servo horn. You got to be able to get. Why is it that you get paid literal pennies? Listen, if 8,000 of you watch, I get $1. So like, you know, profit. But you make a hole. So you vented it? I'm just saying. I was like, if we can make it easier, let's make it easier. Martin T, thank you for the £9.99. Morning from the UK. Just wanted to thank you for all the great content you're putting out there. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Hopefully, you have a great start to your weekend as well. Mhm. And let the front end settle easier. Yeah, we're just making room, saving grams. Okay. Here's the bummer part about all of it. Um, Real hard to get that servo horn attached still. So, have you ever had the Pro build wheels from? No, not a not a boom racing guy. Obviously, stick to the Vanquish stuff for good reason. Let's see. Will Air 60 axles bolt up to an SCX10 too? Nope, they will not. You can get them on there with a lot of work and custom links and things like that. It's called a Rancho commonly, um, but it is not something that will bolt up. See how handy this hole is, though? Just stick your tool down in there, and it. Opinion on the Mamba X versus the Copperhead. I mean, Mamba X is 6S capable versus 4S out of the Copperhead, right? Uh, the Copperhead will get most everything done you need at this point. I would run the Mamba X in a lot of things still, and it's just kind of a habit of me to go that way versus the Copperhead. Um, but really, it's probably not needed. The Copperhead is probably a good enough option for most things. I had the Copperhead in a couple of builds, but I didn't run them very much. One of them I didn't run at all. I sold it to a guy. Tim was his name, and it was that hard body Jeep tuber. Oh, shoot. We should power this back up so I make sure I've got the servo centered. Double check. But yeah, you can save yourself some money if you only plan on doing 4S or up to 4S. There we go. Good and centered. You need to use the laser engraving machine. Put the name on that handy hole in the top plane. Just like a hole. Put tool here. What would the name for that hole be? Just a random hole that you stick your tool through. All right. Boom. Solid. So, looks good there. Looks good there. 426 still. 426 people still here. I feel like we should continue to build the wheels and tires. It's already 9:42. This is going to be a tremendously long stream. But I feel like we came this far already. What do you think? Should we? I mean, you can bow out when you want. You guys can leave whenever you want. I'm the one who can't leave. Okay, turn off the. It makes a nice little sound. I can't remember if the thing cancels that out or not. I forgot it came with servo horns. Could have just used one of them. Whatever. There's a Reefs one on it. I will swap it out with a Vanquish one because they're the best. They're the strongest horns there are. They're the best. Throw that away. Throw that away. Make some here. Okay. Don't need that. Just gonna try and make the tiniest amount of space for us to work. So, you went overhead on wheel building, or obviously doesn't. For those that weren't here earlier, I was showing that we're going to be using some of the purple machetes. Available only in the Wheels of Fortune boxes that are still, you can still get them with the Phoenixes. There's still quite a few in there. And then you see the little laser I did on the ring with my crown. Such a simple little little touch. Oh, did you see that again? Mm-hmm. That Dark Earth wheels. Yeah, the Dark Earth wheels, I don't have any of those. Those were the most rare. I think there was 3 times as many purple as there were Dark Earth. So So the least fun part is we got to put all the beadlock screws in, but this doesn't take that long. People are still paying $450 for the purples too. Yep, there was a set on eBay. Who knows if the guy actually paid for them or if he scammed the guy, because that's common. There was a set that went for like $660. Are those scissors standing up by themselves? I mean, kind of. Laser etch Matt's face on Dark Earths. I don't have any Dark Earths. I had one set that I showed on the stream one week, but they went back and then they got put into a box. I think maybe Brandon kept the set because Brandon shot the photos for him, but that was it. Not using the DeWalt to put in wheels together? No, I mean it's faster to do it by hand just because they go in so easy. These tools make it so quick. It takes longer and it's more unwieldy just to have the length and the mass of the driver over top of the wheel. You don't like the scale hardware? I absolutely do. But I'm trying to be somewhat fast. I did the scale hardware on my RTR Phoenix with the wheels, and it's actually got see the little crown on the orange there. But it takes longer, and I just we've been keeping this screen going long enough. So let's get through it. Am I a Hobby Wing fanboy now? No, I like it for the convenience. I still think that it lacks punch. I wish that they had more KVs. But I love the convenience factor. And on a live build stream where I can just throw one thing in and it's done, that is convenience. So comp rigs, they're super smooth too. And you don't necessarily use punch as much, although there is times when I definitely want it and I wish that it was there. I've ran a comp with the fusions before, so I can send you pounds of the regular hardware. Oh, I know what you mean. I actually just don't open them most of the time and take them back to the office so we can put them back in stuff. Is the lack of punch due to lower KV ratings? No, it's not. It's part of their programming. It's, you know, how the FOC works. It's their, you know, it's the air gap of the stator to the magnets. It's the staggered magnet array on the outside versus in line. There's all kinds of reasons why it's so much lower punch. And I just don't think it's what they are as concerned with. So it's not what you get, which, you know, some people will not like that, and then some people will be fine with it. Some people, it's like that's all I run, so that's what I run, and they're, you know. Do I think Holmes will make a fusion style motor? Man, I wish that he would, because I feel like it would give me the best of all the worlds. You know, the other problem is that they're low power, and you know, like this fusion is the original style. It's only a 40 amp BEC. Like, that's low power. You know, an RTR ESC is 60 amps. Now, I'm not saying, you know, most RTRs, you're running a brush motor, you're only going to pull 35 amps, but that's all part of it. Hobby Wing Fusion is best. Sorry, it's good and it's really good for certain things, but like for all around performance, it is far from the best. Like a long far. But again, for many reasons, I do like it. Yeah, if I could get the performance of a Polar Pro 2700 kV that would run on 4S, but in a fusion package, oh, I'd be in heaven. I'd be in absolute heaven. Let's see. How do I put my Max 4 combo in my four-wheel steer capper? I don't know what the Max 4 combo is. So, yeah. And what are you using for inners on the Falcons? I think that I've got 4 or 5 crawler innovations in there, maybe with a tuning disc. I can't remember exactly my last setup. Do you vent your tires? Absolutely. I always vent my tires. Let the foam do the work. If you keep your tires sealed, then you fight air pressure and your foams cannot work properly. Only time I would not vent tires if I was going to something that was a very specific water and muddy event. Otherwise, I always vent. Wonder if the 40 amp rating is due to heat. I mean, I guess I doubt that that's what it's due to. I'm sure it's just the electronics that they put in the package, but you know. you do obviously build heat when and it's the motor and the ESC together. You're going to keep all your heat in one area. What brand tools am I working with? These are the Vanquish tools. They've got a bearing in the end, like an actual bearing, so they spin so nice. You're going to do SCX24 builds? No, probably not. You know, every once in a while there's something that pops up, but for the most part, the 24 scale stuff I just don't enjoy as much. I mean, it can still be fun. I can still have fun doing it, but in comparison to 10th scale, I find 10th scale to be much more fun. So for that reason, I will stick to the 10th scale. I have 24 scale stuff. I have a bunch of 24 scale parts and this and that, but since I live in California, I can go to terrain that 10th scales are the most fun on. So the 24 scale stuff, they just, I don't know. They not drive as much. I don't know. I was just crawling around my desk or something, I guess. But it's not my thing. Do you think 24 scale is a fad? I don't know. You know, small scale stuff, micro stuff has been popular in the past and then faded out. But I'll trade you some 10 scale for 24 scale. Nah, I don't do much trading. The 24 scale stuff, it's like, not a fad. The initial attempt was the low-C microcrawler. Yep, that was around for a while. But I'm talking even like, you know, the other small scale areas of the hobby, not just crawling specifically. That, you know, they've come into popularity. They're booming for a while and then they go away. The low-C micro T was specifically one. It was huge for a while. People had tons of them. Did all kind, you know, the aftermarket, you could buy every single part, you know, custom, just like 24 scale. Every part was available to build from scratch. And then they went away. What's your opinion on 6 scale SCX6? Are they worth it? Absolutely. They're so much fun. They're so much fun. It's now the 6 scale stuff would be like, I really like it and they're so much fun to drive, but they don't replace my 10th scale either, just because there's so much more of a kind of a pain to haul around and stuff like that. No, we don't do shout out thing. Knock it off. Like, no, it's not gonna happen. Remember the low-C Mini Baja? Ooh, I don't know if I remember that. I don't. Recommended LCG chassis for a straight axle Phoenix, thinking of conversion or doing an SCX Pro. The family Truckster series, that one was a RC Rock Pirates. That was like a straight bolt across version. Artful Dodger, yeah, like Joker said, Artful Dodgers has a conversion that you can buy that like goes straight across. Those are two nice, easy ones. I've done a brazen scale. That was my class 2 rig from last year. But that one did require me to like do a few other things as well. But the skid plate bolted right up. So yeah, those are a handful of options. Yeah, one wheel left after this. 24 scale will always be a popular choice for cold, rainy days. I mean, always is a strong word. Like I said, 24 scale, micro scale stuff has been popular in the past and then gone away. So will it always be? It's hard to say. Right. Gotta put the crown in the same spot. Just kicked up just over. Okay. 24 scale is a small investment. Yeah, they are cheap. Um, they're cheap to, they make them overseas pretty cheap. Come over here. They don't. It's one of those things like they have to sell in that big volume, otherwise they're not worth it to. So that's like when the popularity of them falls. That's when they'll fall off quickly because unless they're making a ton of them, selling a ton of them, it doesn't make any sense. So I think they'll keep cranking them out in huge numbers when they are there, but then once they start falling off in popularity, get ready for those things to get discontinued quickly. Yeah. Recommend foam for the Falcon Wild Peak MT on a Phoenix. Like I was mentioning, I think I'm running a 4.5 Crawler Innovation, and I can't remember if I'm running a tuning disc still or not. I tried a bunch of them, different foams while I just can't remember. I ordered a Mon 14. Oh my god. You're crazy. It's the weirdest body ever. Right? 10 o'clock. Oh, it's your fault. You made me do it. Oh my. I can only imagine if they sold how many of those they did or didn't sell. I don't know. I just. I ordered them on 14 the first time you showed. Do you use Nippic pull apart pliers? Not sure if that is the right term. I don't. I don't think that I do. Um, I don't know exactly what that is, unless 5 screws left. 4. Where do I get parts? Everywhere parts are sold. Depends what parts I need. Uh, you've kind of an advocate of the Mon 14. I don't know that advocate is the right term. It's more of a observer. Axial Needle Grappler is a good wet tire with minimal foam insert. The grapplers were all right. I mean, I didn't mind them. The compound was a little hard, maybe, but not terrible. All right, so we are gonna open our tires here. So we got the VXT2s, and I went and got some phones. Which ones? These are our fronts. 475 Crawler Innovations. These are the comp cut with the soft outer. Go. Have I tried the wide foams? Yes, I have the wide foams in the Family Truckster with the J Concepts tusks. Yeah, the tusks. I vent first. I always vent when they're on. I could, and I've got the the punches and but I keep in the I don't know. I always just vent after. Then I never have to feel like I forgot because I can do it at any time. You're never late if you can never do it too late. I tried the Jetco tires yet. Those, I think that's like an HRP China brand, aren't they? No, that was like the Maverick or something like that. I can't remember. There's a few of those brands that have popped up over time. I don't know if that's the one I have or haven't yet. I have not tried it, but I always think the round holes hold up better for some reason. Probably all in my head. I've never torn a tire from a vent hole. I've torn tires before, but never in a vent hole. There we go. Vented there. One down. Close. Winning. That's how I tore the sidewall on Folsom Comp. We got rained out on. Oh, yeah, that the that was a very wet. That was a very wet day. Very quickly, we were so dry, and then all of a sudden, I could not be more wet. Did I watch the A main review on the Phoenix RTR? Actually, yeah, because he just posted that like a couple of days ago, right? Yeah, I did, and yeah, he did like it, which it's a really good car. You know, I have almost all the trucks, and I think it's one of the best built. You know, so there's a lot of pros and cons to a lot of cars, and I don't know that there's one that I feel like stacks up to that head to head and that type of thing. Do I watch Cape? Nope, never heard of them. Right, there we go. Is the RTR coming soon in portals? No, not coming soon in portals. Yeah, we got to get through one at a time. All right. So 2 down. Come on. There's that. I think that I do have a set of brake weights up here. We're going to add those and some 350 hubs. So should clear these without a problem. Bag 350 hubs is getting low. Time to restock. I have a much larger bag at the office still, so we're still safe. But watched over the last few years, that thing get lower and lower. Number of cells for a first build. What do you? I don't know what you mean. No. So fronts are done. Rears are gonna go even quicker. And then we can plug it in and technically call it an RTR. I got to put the hexes on. And let's see, 10:10, 4 hours and 10 minutes into this thing. Looking good. I want to get the wheel weights on right away so that I don't mix up front and rear and start putting the wrong foam in the wrong place. And what body am I? Excuse me. My voice could be the thing to say that I'm done before the build. Which has happened before. I think even last week. Maybe it was the week before. Come on. Our hub to hex alignment is off. There we go. It has been a while since I've taken a drink. That's probably it. You're probably correct. It's like Nicole asked me when I get home, you drink any water today? I was like, I had a bunch of coffee. Oh, Dawson, would running the brass outer ring, brass wheel hubs, and F10 brass knuckles be too much? I felt like the front was just a bit light from the last comp. Might swap. Let's see. The brass hub, you could run brass hubs, yeah, depends. Depends on how heavy the rest of the truck is or where the weight is. I guess that's kind of an up to your rig thing. Okay, so fronts are done. Now we can separate those all out. I got some. Okay, and so these are firm, actually. I would have rather gone with medium, but they didn't have any, and I might have some, but at the same time, the firms are probably going to be fine. The firms will be in the rear, obviously, since we already put the weights and everything on the front. Yep. Make sure that it's all even. Easy. Oh, come on. Yep. We're getting there. It's got one more left. What's the chance the Vegas produce a servo mount? A servo mount of the F10 axles. It's not impossible. We already did one, but it was just kind of a custom deal. We didn't do it as like a production style. But I've got it on my comp rig actually. But it's because I made a stubby VFD for it, so it wouldn't work if you're not using that. So without that combo, that's why it's like not really a production part. That's why we only made a few of them. Only made a few of them for the guys in the shop. So while it would work for guys doing custom builds and stuff, it's just like Brandon drew it up and Jim machined it for us quickly. Oh, dang it. I missed a beat on this. I don't do that very often. Bummer. These foams are custom is my middle name. These foams are, I guess, well, since they're a firm, they are stiffer. And therefore, they want to fight you a little bit more. And they rarely even look anymore. I just kind of jam them in there. Because I said it was going to go quicker. That's why it's fighting me. It's like, Rears are going to go even quicker than the fronts. Not putting weights on them or anything. I get talking smack. 1.9s or 2.2s just got here. 1.9s. SCX Pro, I think most people are going to be running 1.9s on, since most people will be doing a class 2 style or adjacent type build. So we're going to be looking at 1.9, 475 tall max setup. Two 2.2 is fun though. Everyone likes some wildly oversized tires. I mean, yeah, in the right application, I like it. I missed one from Buck. Did I miss Buck's super chat? I don't see one from him. It didn't pop up here. I'm looking at the last one I have from Buck. Says, I am Buck Dandy is my best friend. I love him more than everyone else here. And then the last one I see is from Joker 510. I got nothing. I'm scrolling all the way back. Unless someone who just read that is way behind. I think you're yeah. Um, I'm thinking, but I like to hear it again here. Okay. All right, go. This one gonna fight me way worse? I feel like it's gonna. I feel like we're asking for it. About to find out. Okay. Front is in, rear is in, all the way around. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Looking good. Yes. Vent. Did I already put hexes in these wheels? No. Not hexes. Hubs. Whatever. Oh, I put 2 screws in this one. Not the rest. That's interesting. Not likely on the paint tutorial, unless he has his orange Crocs and black socks. Well, I could tell you that the I have both orange Crocs and black socks. You're in luck. Right? What got you more excited, the release of the VXT2 or the Falcon Wild Peak M2? Ooh, more. What? Probably. Ooh, see, it's really hard to say because the VXT2 was our first tire that did really well. VXT1 obviously did not do very well. The VXT2 is a great performing tire, but the Falcon is our first licensed tire. So, and the Falcon looks great for a scale tire. And it still works really well. It's really, really hard to say. The Falcon was a new partnership, though, and working with Falcon has been great. Those guys are awesome. Yeah, it's really hard to say. All right, now we just need to throw the hubs on, which must be right here, and bag H. Put it into H, as Matt says all the time. We got our hexes. Oh, we also have our bumpers. So we have bumpers and body posts. Bumpers and body posts. Okay. We got the washers on the rear axle shafts. The hexes don't use a hex pin. They use the set pin through the hex. Oh, I didn't put the... I didn't either put the lock-off plate or a servo in there. I don't think that I have that servo that I thought I did, because I think I put both of them. I have the raw 100 servos, which, what did he, I can't remember what that was for. Okay, we got almost done. Watch out. Yes, it is very hot in here. You're 100% right. Watch out. You see where this line is. You're in it. I'm not kidding. Back for more chocolate.
Cool. Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get out. Come on. No.
Good call.
Come on. Cheap.
Just got here. What are the wheels and tires you're running? These are some special Vanquish machetes with the Vanquish VXT2s. I installed some Crawler Innovations foams in them. And we have just the front two remaining. Then this thing will be RTR. I mean, still doesn't have a body on it, but what's that? Well, and I haven't put the shift servo in it. Oh, man. Okay. I'm glad that we're start to finishing this. That way I can just be positive it's done. Need to clean up some wiring, stuff like that. That's fine. Yellow with purple reminds me of the older Saints Row games when they were. I played the very first Saints Row, and I loved that game. I haven't. I don't think I've. Maybe I did 1 and 2 or something like that. Like when this, because I think that was like my Xbox 360 days. But I don't know that I did. I don't even know how many they did total. If you could own a full-size version of any of your trucks, which one would you pick? The Woods Runner. Woods Runner, for sure. That would be the one I would have. Hands down, not a thought. I'm looking around real quick just to see. But, yeah, no. Not even, that's for sure it. Woods Runner, hands down. Is this the longest stream you've ever done? Not even close. I think I had some that were like 6+ hours, especially back in the day. Or sometimes they got like way off track. Like I remember, I think I had one. There's been some absolutely out of pocket streams before. So, and I bet this isn't even like this maybe top 10, but probably not even. So we got 2 bumpers. I'm just gonna stick it in for a good time. Throw that ecto body over. I've got I think I've got a J Concepts a creep cab only here that could live on it. I went to the hobby shop today on my way home to pick up a comp wagon. Well, I thought that would have been a good choice, but they didn't have one, unfortunately for me. Ecto body it's a decent body all around, yeah. So we got that. Of course, we got some of that to sort out. But what I need to do is likely, since I don't have the servo, I thought I did. We do need to lock out that operation of the. What do I do with that little piece? There it is. Just falls out. That's okay. I got it. No big deal. I think it uses these other. I don't think they're M3s, are they? No. They look like the. I think I've got these like 2.5s. I don't know where it went. Maybe it was the smaller screws. I don't know. You know you have an SX107 or 108 in that mess. I don't know if I do. I really don't know if I have that one or not. I feel like the only time I've ever had the 107 or 108 is like when it's for a new Axial build of some sort, and they've sent them to me, and they usually just live then in whatever they send to me. I've never actually, I know people have burned those up a lot, but I've never actually burned one out. Now, they've oftentimes gone in cars that I've modified further, and then they didn't, if it like stayed with a trans that I didn't end up using. Why is that not going in? Go in your home. Okay. There we go. But right. And I know that there's the little detent thing that I didn't install yet. What's that? And I have to find that to keep it into gear. I got to look back at the instructions. I don't remember. Factory flash on the capper. Oh, got the actual. They were bad when you sold them in the store. Ah, well, good hobby shop. Good on you for powering them up and not having a customer walk out and then have to come back right away. Okay, yeah, it's this pin thing that I was kind of expecting but do not see. Where is it? Or is it a wash? Is it something that goes over a screw? I bet that could be it. And looking. I still don't see it. Oh, there. Yes, it is. They are both should be on a parts tree. Did I throw it away? Shoot. We're dumpster diving. Good thing I emptied that trash before this, but I still don't see it. Anyway, I can make it. Just a washer thing. For the moment, tree in the front tire. Oh, that's different parts. Not what I need. Not a big deal. A very simple piece. I can fix it. I'm not concerned. Go. Now I just need. I need a 3S, and we're ready to drive it. Yeah, screw goes through it, yes, but there's a little bushing that goes with it. And I think I threw that away. But check. Oh. It's like, why isn't it powering on? Like, and then I realized that I wrote on the back, dead. Smart. It's a 0 voltage battery. Okay. Check this one as well. There we go. I didn't put the Velcro through. I need to do that still. I went. It's here. Yeah, Servo's snappy for 500 ounce inches. Okay. Okay. Forward or reverse? Is it the right direction? Is it the right direction? It is the right direction. Not bad. Is the bomber still your favorite go-to rig? No, it hasn't been for many years now. The I'm gonna look at a body option. I'm gonna grab the that creep cab. We're gonna see what that looks like. But no, my go-to now, like my favorite rig now, is the VS410 Pro. The Pro's been my favorite truck for many years. Let's throw these screws in the bin. Okay, creep cap. Okay. Dude, the creeps come trimmed? What kind of bonus is that? So what we need to do is just get this thing just. So yeah, we got to take these outer sliders off. They go too far back. Cut that back portion up, and we'll get this thing just slammed down until our I mean, we're going to get rid of this whole fender. It's just going to be a tiny little portion. Then maybe I'll draw up a simple 3D printable bed. Post that up. In case you guys want to just throw a cab on, 3D printed bed, be done. Yeah. Done. That's all we're going to do for the stream, but she's a runner. She's a runner, she's a track star. That body obviously looks stupid on there right now, but nice and smooth. I'm impressed at it. That little raw 500 feels pretty good. Four hours, 44 minutes. Got a theme for the body? I do not. I have to think about it. But I'm going to do, I think, power off and disconnect. We're donezo. Not bad considering you built everything twice. Art. So that's it. We're done. Good night. Don't forget to tip your waiter. We'll see you guys next time.